I only have 4 board members. I'm just waiting for one more to join. 1, 2. 3, 4. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're good. Okay. Is Amy with us? Amy Doherty? Yes. Okay, good. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, and the Middletown Township Public School District website, and the posting of such notice at the Augustine Minor administrative offices at each elementary, middle, and secondary school in the district. Roll call.
Mrs. Caminetti,
Here.
Mr. DeFranco, Mr. Donlin,
Here.
Mr. Jaimo, Mr. Little,
Here.
Mrs. Minuis,
Here.
Mrs. Wright,
Here.
Mrs. Stella,
Here.
Mrs. Rogers.
Here. Okay, please stand for a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence for Pat Maracio. He passed away on July 23rd. She served the district for many years as a beloved teacher and later as a respected administrator in her position as the direct coordinator of technology. Mrs. Maracio suffered for 13 years with Parkinson's disease. We extend our deepest condolences to the Maracio family. I pledge allegiance
to
to the flag of the United States
of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
Nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Gallagher, Mr. Jaimo is present.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, tonight we're going to change the order of the agenda to address our very important topic of the reopening of schools. Mr. Taylor, would you like to explain to the public what we have tonight? Is he with us? No.
I can do that if you want, Mrs. Rogers.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Jordan.
Okay, so it's very important to the board to make sure that we have enough time to extend our public comment, to hear from our community perspective, for the community perspective on our plan. It's also very important for the community to hear our presentation on the plan. The plan basically has 3 phases. There's a policy phase, there's a regulation phase, and then there's the implementation of the plan itself. The plan, as was released this afternoon, is a 104-page plan that, with great detail, outlines our expectations for the fall. That plan has been coordinated through subcommittees representing more than 150 community members. That includes teachers and custodians and paraprofessionals and secretaries and administrators and parents and Board of Education members. So that plan I have reviewed to this point already with the Executive County Superintendent for feedback. After tonight's meeting, we are going to be officially presenting this plan to the state for approval. That's the intention based on the administrative responsibility. We are also ahead of the guidelines as set forth by the state of 1 month before the opening of schools. We're doing that to be very transparent in the process of the direction that we are looking to go with our plan, and also to make sure that so the community understands, although we feel that this plan is completely in line, first of all, with the governor's mandates and the governor's expectations, the Department of Education guidelines, the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines in accordance with the CDC guidelines. I've been very clear in my language all along that those would be drivers for us in the development of this plan. There's been a lot of work, and we're very grateful for all this school community work in developing this plan. But what we also know that based on those CDC guidelines, based on the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines, based on the Department of Education, New Jersey State Department of Education guidelines, and governor directives or governor mandates, it could change. So our next step is to present this plan, to be very clear about this plan. The board also talked at length in closed session about what if we got, a really good idea that was in line with where we are in this plan, meaning aligned with the health and safety guidelines set forth by the Department of Health and the DOE and the governor's guidelines, as well as the CDC, that it could be something that we could expand and implement, because this process is fluid. The regulation portion and the policy portion, for the policy, it's a first reading, it's a first reading tonight anyway. So there's no action really to be taken. For the regulation is a responsibility of the administrative team, but it's something that we transparently, regularly pass through our Board of Education meetings and have voted on by the Board of Education. So, we want the community to know that we want to clearly explain and answer questions. And this is our plan. We really believe this is our plan, but our plan is subject to change based on those guidelines and this very fluid situation in the middle of this health emergency crisis. So, I think so. So what we want to do first is we want to do our workshop. We want to do our action items. Then we want to do the presentation, and that will allow the most time possible for community input. And we do plan to expand that time to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to speak at least once. And if there's an additional time on the back end and there's follow-up questions, to do that as well. Did I cover the board's intention? President
Rogers,
Rogers?
if I may just apologize, I had some technical
There he
difficulty getting on. Dr. George said everything I would have said, and it is not legally required for the Board of Ed to vote to submit the plan. That is a practice that is being employed in many districts throughout the state where there is no vote. But again, this is an exhibition of the administration and the board's collaborative approach to decision-making, as well as transparent involvement of the community. Thank you.
Yes, and so we're going to start with the committees, the committee reports. We'll go through all of our voting agenda items, and then when we get to the public comment, we're going to extend that 30-minute period so that we can hear everyone this evening, just so we're clear about that. So let's start with our committee reports. We'll start with technology and Dave Suyak.
Good evening. There are a couple of items on the agenda for the workshop this evening, two voting items. The first is for the approval of purchase of additional HP 11A G8 Chromebooks covered under the HCESC co-op. This item is necessary for us to continue our true one-to-one experience that we're going to need for the virtual and possible hybrid learning experience for our students, specifically for our lower elementary students. The second item is approval of an updated MTPS Chromebook agreement as per attachment technology 1. With us moving to a hybrid or virtual instruction experience, it was necessary for us to update our MTPS Chromebook agreement. The changes in the document are actually highlighted in the attachment, but to summarize, they're mostly verbiage changes that just include pre-K to 2 in the agreement as well, and also includes grades 3 to 5 with the ability to take those devices home. Moving on to informational only. The first item is a hybrid instructional technology prep. Since the commencement of the 1920 school year, we've been prepping for the possibility of doing a hybrid or virtual experience in this fall. So over the past few years, we've been very fortunate that we have completed a number of significant networking upgrades, wireless, wired, fiber, bandwidth, and infrastructure upgrades. That puts us in a very positive and a good place right now moving forward. So this summer, we made it a priority to go back to those equipment devices and make sure they're up to the most recent software versions, as well as any patches necessary. On the device front, we're continuing to reconfigure our elementary carts to allow quick and easy distribution of those devices as necessary. We also have been configuring and testing teacher devices with accessories and applications. So this way we can ensure there'll be minimal downtime or minimal updates necessary once September starts. Finally, we're also creating step-by-step instruction guides for use of technology, which will include troubleshooting tips for staff, students, as well as caregivers. So they'll be able to support any virtual instruction as well. The new Chromebook preparation continues. We have our techs working diligently, working very hard. Interns are working very hard along with our techs on preparing all those devices for distribution. Each device is being configured and tested individually before we distribute by our interns. And finally, we have the spring virtual instruction loan Chromebook collection. In the spring, we distributed about 750 devices to students in need in district. Our intention was to allow them to keep those devices through the summer. So because we didn't know where the fall would lead us, now that we have a plan going in place, we're going to put a collection process in place to collect those devices so we can test them, update them, clean them, repair them as necessary. This will also allow us to ensure that when they come back in the fall, they will have that single device in a one-to-one aspect like every other student does. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. With the governor talking about everyone getting technology, are we getting any funds from them to help us get more equipment in the district?
I can answer that. We won't know until we put in an application, but we certainly will apply for any funds that we can and try to get funding back for some of these expenses, but we won't know until we go through the application process.
And we have enough on hand to supply our elementary students that maybe didn't take them in the spring?
Yes, that is what the first voting item agenda is for additional devices that we have. We have the ability to get them here before September.
And to follow up on my question from the last meeting, have we done any kind of a phone blast to encourage parents to bring in any Chromebooks that need repair before the beginning of the school year?
That's going to go along with the collection of the existing devices. We are going to send them out a message as well to tell them that if there are devices that need repair, we can manage that at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We're going to move on to student services with Michelle Tiedemann. Deborah.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. As far as our voting items, we do have a number of voting items. We have our usual home instruction, out of district placement, our contracts for the new school year. We also have incoming tuition students. We also have the yearly IDEA grant allocation. You'll see there the total allocation for the district is $2,808,622 with there's basic and preschool funds. We have public funds of $2,461,644,000 that will be allocated typically towards our out-of-district tuition. We also have many non-public schools within the district. Their allocation is $263,000, $263,992. And then we have our preschool public, $82,986 that will go typically towards our out-of-district tuition. And we have no non-public preschool students. Informationally, ESY did start on Thursday, July 23rd. It was virtual for the first 2 days, and we had our first students back on site starting this Monday. We have quite a number of students. We have staff. We have paras, everything has so far, it's only been a couple of days. It's gone smoothly. The kids seem excited to be back in school. The staff is definitely excited. The planning that took place to get it all on board goes to Danielle Schreck and the assistant principals. As you know, Angela Merrow is now an assistant principal assisting with ESY and also the Gen Ed SOAR. So we have a lot of collaboration there for the summer. Tara Garzone is an AP, Jesse Herbert, and Brian Dorgan. Brian's new to the district. All have just done a tremendous job with getting ESY up and running. And we also have many of our child study team members, speech, OT, and PT, who have come on site beginning also July 23rd and been doing an extraordinary job getting students evaluated. We've been on hold since March, and they are really taking appointments one right after the other, in addition to doing a lot of case managing and contacting parents. So as far as summer, we are really up and running in the special ed department. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're moving on to facilities and finance with Amy Doherty and John Little.
Okay, I just want to update the board on a couple of things. First of all, we finally got our extraordinary aid allocation for the 1920 year. As I've explained previously, that's funding toward special education expenses over certain thresholds. We don't typically receive that allocation till after the year is over. So this again is for the 1920 year. So our award or our aid for this year came to $1,466,331. We had actually budgeted to receive $1.5 million, so it was slightly shy of what we budgeted this year. Just to give you a basis of comparison, last year's award was $1,731,217. So we did get a few $100,000 less than last year, but it's about what we budgeted. So we will be, that will be our allocation for this year. We also received homeless and non-public transportation reimbursements that we typically, those are things that we have to apply for the year, and we get those every year. So we did receive notification that we received $125,000 in reimbursement for homeless tuition expenses and additional amounts toward non-public transportation. So that again was for the 1920 year. The items that are on the voting agenda for this month, we have a bid extension for interior and exterior doors. It was a bid that was awarded last year. We're extending it for one more year. Every year, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, we apply for waivers for any rooms that we're using for pre-K or kindergarten classes in the district that do not have a bathroom in the classroom. The NJDOE requires us to put a waiver in for that to explain what the supervision method will be for those students if the bathroom's not in the classroom. For this year, we have waivers for Bayview, Ocean Avenue, Fairview, Navesink, Leonardo, Harmony, and Middletown Village. For various, and it's on the agenda, how many classrooms at each school. And the supervision methods that are being utilized for these waivers are primarily supervision by either a paraprofessional, a co-teacher, or an SBSS to escort children back and forth to the bathroom as appropriate. So we submit those to the county superintendent. He reviews them. He usually comes out and actually looks at the classrooms, makes sure that our supervision method is satisfactory, and then he approves them. So that's the process. So those are on the agenda tonight to submit. We also have our financial reports for the month of June. They are marked draft because that June is our year end, and we are typically still in the process of closing some things out. They are always marked draft until we actually prepare our financial statements and have them audited. So we will submit these as draft, and then any adjustments that we need to make through the to prepare for the audit we will do. But There's normally, nothing significant, but, we just do a year-end, basically, adjustment and cleanup on the financials. I do want to note that the board secretary's report for the month of June was the first one that we've produced out of our new accounting system. We recently have been working on implementing the Genesis School-Fi system for accounting. We're also going to be doing it for payroll, and we are working on it also for HR. So we were able to get our first report out of the new system. For us, that's exciting. For you, may not be so much, but we're excited about it. So there's also a change in bid threshold that was issued by the local finance, Division of Local Finance. So the bid threshold's now being raised from 40,000 to 44,000. So that is on the agenda as well. We also have our transportation contract amendments for the 1920 year that we've been discussing over the last couple of months. We did reach settlements for payments to our transportation contractors to close out the year that represent reduced payments because of the fact that transportation was not running basically since the middle of March. So, based upon documentation that was submitted by the contractors regarding expenses, most significantly, whether they retain their drivers on payroll or not, we negotiated payments for those, and we have the amendment for each contractor, asking for approval by the board. Just to give you, an overall idea, as a result of the, and we've gone over this already, but as a result of the settlements that we're reaching, it will result in a savings overall, on those contracts for the few months at the end of the year of a little over $450,000. So, that is a positive for the board. And again, it was based upon the documentation that was submitted. We also have the submission of the 2021 ESEA grant that's on the agenda, and also the funded salary plan for Title I schools for the 2021 year. So that's all itemized on the agenda. We also, just to give you some reference on the ESEA funding, we are receiving a total of $786,058 between the various titles. Compared to last year, we received $775,752. So not a significant change, about a $10,000 increase for this year. We also have on the agenda the approval for the non-public school textbook allocations. These are funds that are allocated. We're basically the conduit for these funds to disperse out to or allow the non-public schools in Middletown to spend. So we've only received so far for the amounts for textbook allocations, and those are listed on the agenda. Again, those are funds that we actually administer the purchasing, but the purchases are for those schools, and we're the pass-through entity for that. So that's on the agenda for this evening as well. And I guess that's all of the agenda items that we have.
Sorry, Amy, can you just mention what the bid threshold is a little bit again, one more time? I'm sorry.
So the bid threshold is set by the state, and that sets the amount of a purchase either for a particular item or a particular vendor that we are allowed to purchase without actually going out for a public bid or using a purchasing cooperative that has gone out for bid on that. Purchases below that amount, but certain items are exempt from bid, like textbooks and things of that nature, and professional services. It's generally goods and services with some exceptions. Anything below that amount, if it's over the quote threshold, which is 15% of the bid threshold. So for $40,000, it was $6,000, and I haven't done the math to figure, they'll go up slightly. We're required to get 2 quotes before we make a purchase. So that's a procedure there. And then anything below the quote threshold, we are not required to get two quotes. But I will say, as a practice in the district, we are always doing, price comparisons, and we do a lot of purchasing through co-ops at all levels, and we are always looking for competitive pricing.
Thank you.
Okay. And that's all we have under facilities and finance.
Before we move on policy, I apologize. I want under student services, did we get an update on ESY? On how that's going? I think it was somewhere. I'm not sure. I apologize if that was in the regular agenda. Did we get an update? Do we have an update? How that's going?
I don't know, Michelle.
I'm not sure if Dr. Tiedeman's still on.
Is that on the agenda? I'm not looking at it at the moment.
No, I was just wondering if we had an update on how that's going. I apologize. I meant to ask.
Yeah, Michelle was gonna, Michelle, she has an update, and I'm sure that's what she's gonna update us on. I don't know if she's
Yes. I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Yes, ESY. We did start it was all virtual Thursday and Friday. We started our first cohort in person on Monday, just a couple of days ago. So we have a group of students with us now. They'll be with us for 2 weeks, while cohort B is on virtual. And then they will switch out, and we'll do the next 2 weeks with our cohort A on virtual and our cohort B on site. So far, everyone seems excited. The kids were definitely excited even the first day. So was the staff. So far things are going very well. We're at Harmony and we're at Thorn.
Great. Thank you. Sorry about that. I meant to ask.
That's okay.
I appreciate that.
One other thing I'll add, just in the area of facilities, and we've been so consumed with our reopening plan that I don't want everyone to lose sight of the fact that our normal facilities functions are still moving forward. We are working on a variety of projects that were in the budget. And, we will give a more comprehensive update in August, when we have more things completed. But some things are moving forward, that aren't related to the reopening. They're just, the normal things that we've budgeted. More significantly, we'll be starting the roof replacement for the section of roof at Fairview that we had in the budget. That's going to be starting up. And we've done some flooring work and, some other smaller projects. Again, we'll give a more comprehensive overview next month, but I just want everybody to know that all the things that we were planning on doing when we did the budget before everything kind of went crazy, we are still moving forward with, so.
Okay, thanks, Amy. We should move on to policy.
Okay, so we have 4 policies on the agenda for first readings. We had a policy committee meeting this month, and we went over a few of the policies that we have on for a first reading. 3 of them are policies that were recommended for revision or for new policies by our policy consulting services, Strauss Esme. The Restart and Recovery Plan, which is these are all the policies that are related to our Restart and Recovery Plan. They are all in one policy, and the reason for that being that there are things that are going to be specifically related to our response to restarting schools and operating schools under these pandemic circumstances, and they may not be policies that will be relevant, after we move out of these phases of reopening schools completely. So it will make it easier if they become irrelevant in, 6 months, a year, whatever the amount of time is, to abolish those or to remove those, and they won't impact all of our other policies. So the things that are in that policy really mesh with with items that are in the plan and cover the same areas. So that's policy 1648. And attached to that policy are certain appendices from our Restart and Recovery Plan that are more specific to the district. A lot of the general policy information are things that are based primarily on, the NJDOE's, the roadback guidance and other guidance as well. But then we do have some appendices, and as we go over the plan, we will be reviewing those that are incorporated into this policy as basically the regulations for that policy, the administrative implementation of the policy that we have. The other couple of policies we have here, one is the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act policy, and that will incorporate the provisions of that act, into our policy log, and things that deal with our, emergency paid sick leave, related to COVID-19, and also emergency family and medical leave expansions related to COVID-19. So that is a mandatory policy that we must enact as well. So that's a first reading on that one. We also have on the agenda a change to our eligibility of resident and non-resident students policy. And the change in that policy is simply that there was a statute that was revised that now indicates that a school district may not condition student enrollment on the fact that the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission does not have the name or the address of the parent on file. It doesn't mean that we cannot look for that information or ask for that information, but the lack of information cannot be used to determine if a student is ineligible for enrollment. So that was a change to a statute, a state statute, so that we are incorporating. The last policy that we have on the agenda with a change is our policy 8110, attendance areas. And this is something that was brought forth by the policy committee. The change in that policy is to include wording about reviewing our attendance areas for our schools, and putting in language that would prompt the board to review those attendance areas at least every 5 years. So it would become a regular process of the board to do that and to review the areas and make sure that they're still appropriate. So that's the language change that's being proposed for that policy. And again, those are all on for first readings.
I have a question on that policy. Does that work give the board the option to redistrict anytime they want?
Well, the board already has that option, and the district already has that option. All the language change does in this policy is to prompt the board to make it a regular practice to review these attendance areas at least every 5 years. Whether changes are needed or not, that would be to be determined. But it's really just to institute a review process on the attendance areas to make sure that the areas are appropriate and the facilities are being used effectively. But again, that doesn't mean if the change in this policy isn't made that the district doesn't have the ability to make changes in the attendance areas and to do things like that. This is just to prompt the board to make it a regular cycle. The other policies we have on for second reading were reviewed last month: the health and physical education and the supervision of construction policies. They're on for a second reading, and those were first reading in June. That's all we have under policy.
Thanks, Amy.
I have one more question. Are there minutes to that policy meeting?
There is a
Seen any?
report, yes.
All right. Could I get a copy? Because I haven't seen them.
Yeah, if it's not, and I apologize if it's not on the portal. We do normally post it on the portal. But yes, we'll definitely make sure that everybody has that, Mrs. Minuis.
Okay, let's move on to curriculum and instruction with Kim Pickus.
Okay, Mrs. Caruso, did you have any update on the ESL waiver? Other than that the state has put it on hold?
As Mrs. Pickus is alluding to, every year about this time, they ask for approval of the magnet plan for the ESL students, and that is contingent upon that waiver. However, I contacted the lady at the State Department, and that still isn't out. I guess because of all the furloughs and so on, and the people that are not there. it's currently not available. So we won't be updating the magnet program until such time if that waiver does become available to be filed. Okay. Questions?
Okay, on July 15th, we had a joint curriculum and student services committee meeting. Most of that meeting was dedicated to updating the board members in attendance on our planning at that time for the launch of ESY. And Dr. Tiedemann has now given us an update on the implementation and the start of that program. We also talked about the planning for our SOAR program, our Summer Opportunity for Academic Readiness, which serves students in K through 8, as well as our AP program and our Algebra 2 Jumpstart, and our book clubs that we're also offering this summer. So all of those are successfully underway or getting ready to be launched, and we're quite pleased with the student participation this summer. We also talked at the meeting about, at that time, the reopening of school subcommittee recommendations that were related to curriculum, assessment of students, social emotional learning, staff professional development, and special education. A lot of what was discussed that night, you'll see reflected in the plan that we're going to be discussing momentarily. And the third topic that we talked about that last night was an update on our efforts towards some of our strategic plan items, such as inclusion, diversity, and equity as it relates to curriculum and instruction. Our curriculum directors talked at length about the different curricular updates that we are planning and working on this year, including our updates to English 1, 2, 3, and 4, or English 9, 10, 11, and 12, to include more diverse literature by various authors. We also talked about the implementation of new courses, electives at the high school, which we have been planning for and spoke at length about in the springtime. One of those is the Holocaust, Genocide, and Modern Humanity Honors Dual Enrollment course, which we're offering through Kean University, which includes a social action project. We also talked about training for all of our secondary humanities, English language arts, and social studies department members on the new LGBTQ plus and people with disabilities state curriculum mandates. In addition, we talked about updating our curriculum to include diverse perspectives and a more balanced representation from different groups and areas of the world in our World History 9th grade course, US History 2, as well as our K-5 Social Studies curriculum. We are looking to introduce 2 new elective courses the following year, so that will be work that we'll be doing this year. And if the College Board offers AP, they're talking, they've been for a few months now, talking about offering an AP African American History or Ancient African Civilization course. And we are considering those as options as well. But as we normally do, we will survey the students to get their perspectives on new courses to be offered next year. We also talked about our learning design teams, which you know are representative, inclusive of many staff members, diverse positions in our buildings, as well as our administrative team. Each school has a learning design team. They do a lot of data analysis and goal setting for each school as it relates to their specific student populations. So we'll be looking at data related also to equity and diversity, and they will work to identify further professional development needs for all staff. And throughout next year, we'll be doing ongoing professional development on topics related to various items, most especially virtual instruction and the enhancement of that, health and safety topics, social emotional learning, topics related to diversity, inclusion, equity, social justice, and also enhancing our professional learning hub and our opportunities for staff independent studies and PDPs. That pretty much wraps up the summary of our joint meeting on July 15th.
I have a comment. I am on the Student Service Committee and I was not invited to that meeting. And I didn't even know about it until I read Dr. George's Friday update. I did reach out to Mrs. Wright and she said that she was contacted the morning of. I don't know how you could say you had a joint meeting when each committee has 4 people and you would have to sunshine it. I'm really disgusted that I was left out of that meeting because you guys automatically know that 8 people, there's 4 people on each committee. So I don't think that's fair. I keep feeling that I get eliminated from these things. I'm the one that asked the night before. We had a board meeting the night before. Nothing was said about this joint meeting. I don't think it's fair. If you're gonna have a joint meeting, you have to make sure all the committee members are there. You
If I
can't.
may, Mrs. Rogers, just to comment on a point Mrs. Minui's made, committee meetings do not have to be sunshined or notice pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. As indicated, the committee has 4 board members. 4 is less than a majority, so there's no public notice required, nor are minutes required to be taken at committee meetings. If they are, that's great, but minutes aren't required per se. I'll defer the rest of the response to the administration regarding notification to the committee members. But I just wanted to clarify that there is no legal requirement to sunshine the committee meeting.
Mr. Taylor, I think you misunderstood something. They took 2 committees and joined them into one.
Oh,
That's 8
I'm sorry,
members.
so 2 committees of the board?
Yes, 2 committees of the board.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I misunderstood you. So if there was a meeting that was attended by 5 or more members, then you're right. It does have to be noticed. But Mrs. Pekias is nodding her head, so that may not be the case. Let her, I guess, respond.
It wasn't.
Correct. There were only four board members there, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Correct.
And who was there? Could we know? Because you left us out. I'm on the committee and I wasn't even notified.
Well,
who was that?
I'll just respond, Mrs. Minuis, that I didn't leave anybody out. So that statement is false. We worked through the committee chairs and we identified 2 members of each committee to participate in the meeting.
Okay,
So
so
you're
if I may, just through the chair, I mean, it sounds like this was a joint committee meeting. Obviously, if there were going to be 8 people there would have to be a public notice. To the extent that the committees were combined, Mrs. Minuis, I would suggest that from a governance standpoint, you take that issue up with the chair of that committee and the chair of the board. But it sounds like this was, something that was done efficiently. The chair chose another colleague to meet to represent the board, no different than if the board president meets with a rep of city council on behalf of the board. That's what it sounds like.
So in reality, on my own committee, I got bumped out without even being notified. And it's really getting sickening and it has to stop.
Any other questions about the committee report? Okay, we have some homeschool notifications on the voting agenda for affirmation of the board this evening. Those are the only voting items from curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to student activities. Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen, you're muted. Mary Ellen, you're muted. Oh, she knows.
There we go.
There we
Okay.
go.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I
Yes.
lost my site for a second. All right. We have 2 items on for voting. The first is the school times. These school times are the same as last year, except for the early dismissal schedule. The early dismissal schedule for every school this year is 4 hours and 15 minutes with no lunch. That's a difference for the elementary schools because they usually had lunch last year and the previous years. This early dismissal schedule is what is going to be followed in phase 3 when students return to school in September. And possibly through future stages. However, starting in stage 4, there is a possibility of going to a full day. It's based on governor's orders on indoor dining and also we'll base that on health data if we can do that. Also on the agenda is the calendar for the 2021 school year. And this was distributed to the community on Friday when we sent out the proposed schedule for the 2021 school year. And the calendar aligns with that phased-in approach schedule. On week 1, staff will come to school without students for professional development and classroom setup. The majority of it will be for professional development, particularly in health and safety protocols. Also preparing our staff to support the students' social emotional needs after being out of school for 5 months. And then they will have the usual annual professional development training and training on virtual instruction and other curricular initiatives. In week 2, this will provide students and parents an opportunity to meet individually with the teachers. The students and parents can discuss the expectations with the teacher, or the teacher can, discuss the expectations with the students and parents, and the supports that the students may need for after being out for so long. This dialogue between the students and parents and teachers during this meeting will really help the staff prepare for each individual student's needs as they start the school year next year or next week, that week, the second week. Then on the third week, students will enter the building, and they will be divided into 2 cohorts, cohort A and cohort B. Cohort A will be in campus on Mondays and Tuesdays, and cohort B will be on campus on Thursdays and Fridays, with Wednesdays being a virtual instruction day for all students. On days that students aren't on campus, they will attend synchronous virtual instruction. There are a few exceptions to the AB cohort going on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. They are only on the shortened weeks we don't have 5 days. So on September 29th, since Monday is not a school day for students, cohort A will attend on Tuesday and Wednesday. Let me just open the calendar and go over it. And then, I'm sorry, cohort A will attend on Tuesday and Wednesday, and cohort B will do their Thursday and Friday. There will be no virtual instruction on Wednesday. Then you'll see in November, there are 2 weeks with only 3 days in it as well. That's the week of the 2nd, the week of the 23rd, and also December, the week of the 22nd. Cohort A on those weeks will go on Monday. Tuesday will be the virtual day, and Wednesday will be the day for cohort B. You'll also see some virtual instruction days after Thanksgiving, a week of virtual home instruction, the week of December, or actually November 30th, and then the week of January 4th. This will give us a little bit buffer because Thanksgiving and Christmas are usually, or winter break, are usually times where families gather with, extended relatives or travel. So this extra week of virtual home instruction will give us a buffer in case anyone starts exhibiting symptoms of COVID in those 7 days there. So we will have school, but it will be virtual. And then the rest of the schedule is very similar to prior years. The last day of school will be the 18th for staff and students. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so we can move on to shared services. Shared services, we put off our monthly meeting so that we could focus on the reopening. Amy, did you have any update on any of the projects that we're doing? I know you spoke to
Yes,
Tony.
I do want to give the board an update on the township is doing a very large project over at Normandy Park. We've spoken about that at previous board meetings. Part of that project involves our Nut Swamp grass field that was installed. I'm losing track of time, but probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, when we did the turf field, when they did the turf field over at Nut Swamp, we also did a grass field. That field is now going to be turf as well. So the groundbreaking on that project was, I think last week, I think it was last Wednesday, and we did meet with the township and their engineer out on site last Friday. Our facilities supervisors were there, along with me and the principal at Nut Swamp, Mr. Leone. And we, we went over with them what the stages of the work were going to be. The Nut Swamp grass field is actually the first part of their project. They're working to get that done before school starts. So, already this week they've started work in earnest over there. If anybody's driven by, I'm sure you'll see a lot of activity going on. So that is scheduled to be done before school starts. There will be some, hopefully if the weather holds. If the weather doesn't hold, the contractor is aware that, that we have to accommodate the flow of traffic and students coming in and out of the school, and they're working closely with us on that, and made some changes to their plan to accommodate some of the staging of their equipment and so forth. But we will keep you updated. But again, if you drive by, you should be able to see, some of the work. But it'll be exciting because, Nut Swamp will be able to use that field. They're already using it, but it'll be a turf field for them to use for gym classes and things like that. So it will be nice for them, but it will also be a good addition to the community as well.
Great. I'm just thinking of something because I'm looking at these pandemic response teams. For the committees at each school, I just wanted to extend the invitation to the township committee members. So I'll do that during the week, like a formal invitation to see if any of them would like to sit on any of these committees to get involved. And that's it. So the next committee is personnel.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rogers, one other thing I should mention before we move on from shared services. We did actually have a meeting with Mr. Mercantani today and to talk about the possibility of collaborating on, for lack of an official name, we're looking into the concept of having some spaces where supervision would be provided for students who are doing virtual learning, where they may need, the parents, may have problems, getting supervision. They may be in need of that. But again, this is all in high concept form right now, but it is something we're talking to them about to see what may be feasible. We're not sure yet because we have to really see what category this would fall into and how we would go about getting that done. We're going to talk to some other school districts and see if they're working with their municipality to do it. But Tony Mercantani did indicate that it could potentially be some funding available from the county through the CARES Act for some of these efforts. So again, we don't have any specifics right now. This is all in concept stage, but we all left the meeting with our homework assignments to get more information, and we'll be reconvening probably early next week to see if it's something that we could actually move forward with in some fashion. So we'll keep everybody updated on that. But we're hopeful that something will come out of that.
That sounds great. Terrific. Let's move on to personnel.
So we had that discussion in the executive session.
Okay, sorry. All right, so we are done with our committee reports. What we're going to do is we're going to move on to vote, and we are going to move public comment, of course, till after we vote. We were saying earlier that is to maximize the time that we can hear all the people in the public. We know that this is a big issue and that everybody wants to speak. So we're going to extend our 30-minute limit to however long it takes everyone to speak. So what we want to do is we just want to get our voting items out of the way so they get done before midnight, so our sunshine notice doesn't run out for tonight. So just be patient. We are going to go through our voting items, and then we'll move on to the public comment for presentation, and the public comment for the remainder of the evening. So we have, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the executive session on June 24th, 2020, and the regular voting meeting of June 24th, 2020, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'm going to skip the report of the president and move right to B. I need a motion to approve the report of the business administrator and board secretary. So that's B1 through 4.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I believe, Bill, are you going to keep your superintendent update for later with the presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve. So we're going to do C2 through.
We're voting on 2?
I thought we weren't voting on two.
I'm sorry, that's the one I'm trying to, thank you, that's the one I'm trying to delete. So we're gonna do C, we're going to delete number 2 until we've heard the public, of course. So we're gonna do C 3 through 6, please. And there's an addendum item. And the addendum item. I'm sorry, Amy, do you see what number that is, the addendum item? I lost it now. Where is it?
I think it's not till 12. I think it's, oh, no, it's C7.
7. Okay, so let me do that again then. Report of the
Yes, it's number,
superintendent.
it would be, so you want 3 through 7.
Thank you. So I need a motion to approve C 3 through 7 now.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed on number 3.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, I need a motion to approve number 12, that's technology. So that's 12A, 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I need a motion to approve 12B, 1 through 5.
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I need a motion to approve facilities C1 through 5.
So moved.
Second.
I have a question. Where are you getting 1 through 5? I only see 1 and 2.
Addendum.
Yeah.
And the addendum?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I had a second discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. So we're moving on to the next one. Here we go. I need a motion to approve. I didn't do D. I need a motion to approve D, 1
Action.
and 2. No action, no action. This on the,
Right,
I'm sorry.
policy, you just need
second
action on
reading?
number 2, the second readings.
Okay, so policy, I need a motion on number 2, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I need a motion for E1.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? And I need a motion for finance, F1
That's going to be 1 through 6 because there's an item on.
through 6 because of the addendum. Thank you. 1 through 6, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Have I made it all the way through now?
Oh, except for personnel.
And personnel, right? Which we did in closed session, right?
No, but you need those voting
Need
items.
need to improve. Okay, we need a motion to approve personnel. So that's including the addendum.
1 minute. Let me see.
So that's 1 through 15.
1 through 15.
So moved.
Yep.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so now let's go back to our presentation on the proposed reentry for schools for September.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Rogers. So
you.
I would be remiss if I did not once again thank all the school community members, more than 150, that participated in the subcommittees and helping us develop this very comprehensive 104-page plan. Without any further ado, I'm going to break it out to the administrative team to speak to the components of the plan. And I believe Ms. O'Hagan is the first person to speak tonight. Ms. O'Hagan?
So let me just pull up the, if I can here. Hold on one second. I don't know why it's not letting me share that screen. Hold on one second. It's making me go in a different way, so just bear with me 1 second. Mrs. O'Hagan, if you want to get started, because I'm having a problem logging into my account to pull up the document.
Sure, of course. So as it was already stated this evening, the Restart and Recovery Plan was a collaborative effort involving so many stakeholders. And I think it truly represents the voice of concern and a genuine effort to try to do the best job that we possibly can to get our students back into school safely and to address all of the concerns. The document's 104 pages long, and what we've done is we've created a number of appendices to sort of share out some of the highlights of each of the components of the plan. The first appendice A, covers the area of critical areas of operation and general health and safety guidelines, which of course have to be at the forefront of all of our planning and all of our efforts. So what we have decided is to put in a very comprehensive protocol for high-risk staff members. The district is engaging in an interactive process. It began today with emails communicated to all district staff. And it's going to require the staff who are requesting accommodations due to medical and/or childcare necessity, as outlined in the Family First Coronavirus Response Act and the CDC guidelines. Staff members are going to be asked to consult with Human Resources. The department has a dedicated email account where all staff members can communicate with us if they do, in fact, have a need for some kind of a leave or some kind of accommodation. And we're just getting started, and we will be dealing on a case-by-case basis and trying to be as supportive as we possibly can. Okay, Mr. Ranella. It's a very long document.
Chris, we're still on Appendix A.
Okay, so what I just discussed to you is the highlighted section of the critical area of operations, general health and safety guidelines, and it does address what our protocol is going to be to deal with high-risk staff members who do need to request some kind of leave because they become ill or some kind of an accommodation, whether it's medical or due to childcare needs. Mr. Ranella, I think you are up next.
It looks like Mr. Anello may be having some technical difficulties.
Okay, do you want me to start going through this one, Kim?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. O'Hagan.
Okay, so we also have protocols that we're putting in place for high-risk students. And highlighting the components of that plan are that parents are going to be asked to consult with their child's building administrators, with the CST caseworker, with their 504 manager, most importantly, the school nurse, regarding their request for any kind of student accommodations.
There he is.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Technical
Okay,
difficulties,
we're up
not
to,
sure
we're
what
up to,
happened.
up to number 2, Mr. Anella.
All right, so area 2, critical area of operations, classroom testing and therapy rooms. So all staff, visitors, and students will be required to wear face coverings while on campus or in district facilities. We understand that sometimes it will be difficult for younger children or individuals with disabilities to wear the face masks when 6 feet distancing is not obtainable. But we will be working with them. The staff will be working with them to develop their stamina. And also throughout the day, they will have opportunities to take mask breaks. Number 2, there will be signage throughout the buildings, just helping to remind students and staff of what 6 feet social distancing looks like. So that will be posted throughout the building. And staff and students will be encouraged to regularly wash their hands for at least 20 seconds with soap and water, especially during times of exposure to common spaces and areas such as doorknobs, desks, coughing, things of that nature. Number 4, classroom desks will be set up to maximize, when possible, the 6-foot social distancing. It is possible that there will be classrooms that at times we will not be able to have total 6 feet separation because of class or student enrollment. Throughout the buildings in the classrooms, there will be sanitizing products available. There will also be sanitizing wipes in the secondary classrooms for students to be able to wipe down their desks as they move from class to class. And we are now at Appendix C, which is Ms.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes, thank you. So based upon our committee work and the guidelines that we received from the DOE on transportation, we developed the following plan, specific to Middletown. And I'll just hit on some of the highlights. Based upon our transportation structure, we are not going to be able to accommodate 6-foot social distancing on buses. We don't have the bus capacity and space to run the routes, even with reduced loads, with students sitting 6 feet apart. So that we were able to determine early. We are going to be asking parents if they want to waive transportation for the 2021 school year. And the main purpose of this will be to assisting us in planning routes and knowing what the loads are, and knowing, how we can do seating and make other accommodations. But it's also for possible adjustments at the schools for student arrival and pickup. If we receive notification from a large amount of parents that they intend to drive their student to school instead of using the bus, we are going to have to probably look at, those drop off and pickups because, as we know, they are already hectic. And again, we will be going in cohorts, so it will cut down the number of students each day. But if the amount of students doing private transportation versus busing is going to be significantly higher, we'll have to make adjustments for that. All students are going to be required to wear face coverings on the bus, including while boarding and getting off the bus. Requests for exemptions for medical reasons will require appropriate medical documentation and review by district administration and the district school physician. A couple other things we wanted to highlight. One of the recommendations of the NJDOE that we'll incorporate is that when possible, the windows on the bus will be open to increase the fresh air circulation on the bus. Now, of course, that would be weather permitting. So we will, that will be on a day-by-day basis. Oops, this document is so long. Buses will be loaded. Another recommendation that was made was buses will be loaded from back to front as they complete their routes to school in the morning. That way students will not have to pass by each other. We'll minimize that and unload from front to back. Another thing we discussed was, if a bus driver observes a student with symptoms of potential illness, which would be, excessive coughing, runny nose, lethargic, the driver will contact the transportation contractor that they're working for, and the contractor will in turn notify the school. And the reason for that would be so that the school staff could assess the student upon arrival. But we are making it clear that drivers are not going to be responsible for screening students for signs of illness. Now, this would only be in an instance where they notice something very unusual, but we are not going to be screening students before they get on the bus. That's not going to be the driver's function. Cleaning and disinfecting. We did start some of this actually before the schools shut down in March, and we were assisting the buses in getting them disinfected. The contractors themselves will perform complete cleaning and disinfection procedures on each bus every day. And we've also talked to them about doing it midday between the arrivals to school and the pickups from school. They will also be touching on touch points, common area touch points between runs, handrails and tops of seats and things like that. We will also be lending some assistance in that area. We will have our custodial and facility staff helping with disinfection between routes, when the buses are at the schools. I think those were the main points. I mean, there's other areas under transportation, but those were, we thought, the most relevant points to emphasize for the purposes of this discussion.
Okay, so Appendix D, critical area of operations 4, student flow, entry, exit, and common areas. So Mr. Doherty had spoken a little bit about the bus drivers not having the responsibility of doing the screenings. However, there will be visual health screenings of staff and students at designated locations at the school, and they'll be identified by the school's pandemic response team. In addition, every staff and student will be required to complete a daily screening prior to instruction beginning, and that survey or screening will have a temperature check where they'll indicate their temperature for the day. Throughout the buildings, there will be designated entrances to try to limit the amount of students congregating and reduce the number of students that have to enter through one single door. So there will be designated entrances based on grades throughout the buildings. At the high school and the middle school, students' lockers and locker rooms will not be in use. At the high school and the middle school, students will be allowed to carry their backpacks throughout the day to help with managing their school materials and their personal belongings, since they will not be able to use their lockers during the day. And also the staff will be encouraged to minimize the materials that the students will need to be moving with from class to class, and try to incorporate as much technology, Chromebooks, things of that nature as possible. Number 4, visitor and guest procedures. We are looking to minimize the number of visitors in each school during this time. So we are going to maximize the use of technology through Google Meets and Zoom. We're going to try to hold as many IEP, 504, INRS, parent-teacher conferences, any types of meetings that would normally be held, prior to March 13th would be held in the building when possible. We're going to try to hold those through either, like I said, a Google Meet or a Zoom platform. We're also going to have our PFA meetings conducted virtually. And parent drop-off of items, student items, will be limited to socially distanced areas of the campus, and they will be eliminated at the entrance of the schools. For those visitors that do need to come into the school, it will be by appointment only. Those appointments will be made with the appropriate personnel and the approval of the building principal. When they come into the building, they will have to go through a screening as well. We're asking each of the school's pandemic response team to determine the specific and detailed procedures for the visitor entry. But we will be looking to incorporate a stay in car procedure, very similar to what a lot of dentist and doctor offices are using at this point, where when the visitor arrives at the school, they will call and let the main office know that they're present, and then they will remain in the car until the meeting is ready to be held, and then they will be called to come into the building. Number 5, hallway and passing time. Each building will have a lot of signage in it, and it will help students and staff members to be able to identify which ways they will be moving. It will also have designated passing times to try to eliminate the amount of students in the buildings, in the hallways at one time. So we are also looking to possibly, depending on the number of stairwells, make directional stairwells going up and down. Again, trying to limit the amount of passing in the hallways. And during the time of passing, because 6-foot distancing cannot be established, masks will be required to be worn at all times. Number 6, student and staff bathrooms. We are going to look to keep as many doors open as possible in the bathrooms, student bathrooms, to increase circulation and ventilation. If we need to create barriers to block lines of sight, they will be established and built prior to the beginning of school. That way we can continue to keep the doors open. There will be a schedule for the custodial staff with continuous cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing of those bathrooms in the AM and the PM. And the facilities department will have a schedule for the school custodians to follow. And we are looking to limit the amount of students that are in the bathrooms, again, trying to keep that 6-foot social distancing. So each of the school's pandemic response teams will develop their own procedures for the bathroom use. Number 7, student entry and exit of the school buildings. As I had mentioned before, there will be designated entry and exit doors for identified groups of students. Again, probably based on grade level, again, to minimize the potential congregation of students and maximize social distancing. As you can see, that's a recurring theme as we go through this, looking to maximize the social distancing. It's important to note here, parent procedures and expectations will be established at the elementary schools for parents waiting to pick up their children. They will need to be wearing masks, continuing the social distancing, and it will be specific waiting, standing locations. In the middle schools and elementary schools, there will not be holding rooms as they have had in the past in the cafeterias, the APRs. Students will not be able to enter the building and congregate in those areas. As soon as the students enter the building, they will be required to go directly to their classrooms. And that also goes for students that ride the bus. If the bus arrives earlier than expected, then students will remain on the bus until the doors are open and the students can progress into their classrooms. And the same thing goes for parents that are dropping off. If you arrive before the doors are open, we will ask that the students stay in the car until the doors open so everybody again can proceed directly to their classrooms. Number 8, for the faculty rooms, the school pandemic response team will consider the following. They will look to limit or possibly limit where teachers may be able to eat, look for other areas other than faculty rooms for teachers to be able to eat and staff members to be able to eat, and also looking at access to refrigerators, microwaves, and etc. Letter C, the offices. The main offices and the nurse's office will be equipped with clear desk shields and 6-foot distancing arrangements when possible. Staff meetings, again, when possible, will be conducted virtually. The school's pandemic response team will plan the scheduled frequent and multiple opportunities for staff and students hand washing. Again, another recurring theme, hand washing. Facilities and custodial departments will establish a schedule and procedure in place to ensure that the sanitizing stations are maintained, cleaned, and supplies are refilled on a regular basis. Number 11, the school pandemic response team will establish safe and socially distanced sign in, sign out procedures for staff. And we can move on to Appendix E. Screening, PPE, in response to students and staff presenting symptoms. I kind of touched on this earlier, but for screening procedures for students and staff, the parents and guardians of the students and each staff member will complete a daily screening for each student, which includes a survey with a temperature check prior to the start of the instruction day. If a student or a staff member arrives without having completed that screening, the parents will be contacted and given the opportunity to complete the screening, and the students will be put in a place where they can wait socially distanced until that screening is completed. If a student or staff member appears to be ill upon entry, then they will be rescreened by our school nurses. Students and staff with symptoms related to COVID-19 will be safely and respectfully isolated from others. Each school will have a designated isolation space where students and staff with symptoms will be safely isolated from others. If any staff or student at risk of COVID-19 exposure or symptoms, they will be sent home immediately. The parent and guardian will be notified, and it is expected that the parent or the emergency contact will be able to pick up that student within 30 minutes. Once a student is identified or a staff member is identified of possibly having symptoms, they will be required, as they will be at all the time, but just to reinforce that they will have a mask on during the time they're being waiting to be picked up. When we get a report of a positive COVID-19 or someone having close contact positive of COVID-19, we will follow the New Jersey Department of Health isolation and quarantine guidelines as applicable. Remote virtual instruction is always available for those students that are placed in isolation or quarantine. The attendance procedures will obviously have to be, will adhere to those guidelines. So students that are isolated or quarantined or too ill, whether isolated or quarantined, and have medical documentation will not be marked as an unexcused absence. It will be an excused absence. So those students that are quarantined and too ill to participate will be excused from school. Staff members following the isolation or the quarantine protocol will refer to human resources regarding alternate assignments and/or exclusion for work. Number 11, students and staff sent home with symptoms related to COVID-19 who wish to return to school before the end of the isolation period must present proof of a negative COVID test and a medical note with an alternate diagnosis and be fever-free for 24 hours without fever-reducing medication. So they must meet all three of those criteria. Number 13, face covering guidelines for staff, students, and visitors are as follows. School staff and visitors are required to wear face coverings unless doing so would inhibit the individual's health or the individual is under the age of 2. Students must wear face coverings at all times unless doing so would inhibit the student's health. Enforcing the use of face coverings may be impractical for young children or individuals with disabilities, so accommodations in those situations will be addressed by the building administration and the school nurse. Some additional exceptions to wearing face coverings would be individuals in extreme heat outdoors or students with a documented medical condition or disability as reflected in their IEP. All right, letter F, contact tracing. If the Middletown Township School District becomes aware that an individual who has spent time in a district facility tests positive for COVID-19, the district must immediately notify the local health officials as well as the staff and the families as appropriate of a confirmed case while maintaining confidentiality. Upon notification that a student or staff member has tested positive for COVID-19, the local health department will work in conjunction with the school nurses and the trained contact tracers to determine the close contacts of an individual. And all close contacts will be called by the health department. Recommendations will be to quarantine. And close contact is defined as being within 6 feet of a person for at least 10 minutes.
Okay, Appendix G covers facilities cleaning practices. And I do want to preface this section by saying that really many or even most of the things that are listed in this section were already part of our cleaning practices, but we just felt that we would elaborate and detail things that are done just so everybody has an idea of what's done during the day in the building. So again, most of these things are not specific to our recovery and restart plan, but they're really there for informational purposes. A few of the things, though, that are they're new or specifically relevant to our restart and recovery plan is the increased use of disinfectants, and the frequency during the day. And as we say in number 1, we are going to be, at least for the time being, closing all the drinking fountains and just sticking with the bottle filling stations. We have increased those bottle filling stations in all of our schools over the last few years, but at least until it's determined that conditions will allow continued use, we will be not utilizing the drinking fountains. One of the things that we are going to be adding to our facilities department for next year, and we actually just started, the first step of that was to approve the job description on this tonight's agenda, but to supplement our current facility staff and our custodial staff, we've created a environmental worker position that will be solely focused on additional cleaning and disinfecting, so they will not be doing the role of the traditional custodial job, and what they're covering, they will not be, but they will be to supplement specifically the cleaning and disinfecting efforts in the district. The NJDOE included in their guidance that, it was likely that districts were going to have to increase their cleaning staff in order to achieve this. So this is what we are looking to do. We're going to be calling them environmental workers. So they will be focusing on helping the custodians keep up with all the common areas during the day. And as we have, different phases, and eventually when lunches are scheduled, they will be also a big help in that area as well. But, the main theme here is just to increase the frequency of following up on, all of our common areas and touch points. So we have detailed out here what happens at different times of the day and the different areas that we have. Again, most of these things were being done anyway, but we just wanted to detail them out here. This is something though that would be, that we talked about before when we talked about transportation. We did start doing this, so we would help the bus drivers, in their disinfection efforts on the buses to, hit touch points and do some additional disinfecting between runs. We talked about the concept of our isolation rooms, and that's something that's required under the NJDOE guidance, and we have specific procedures related to maintaining those rooms, and those will be areas that will be frequently visited, and touch point areas being addressed, and so forth, depending upon the activity in that room on a particular day. We talked about, getting increased products, disinfecting products to use, and expanding our inventory of those. We detailed out here some of the things that we do in the HVAC area. Again, these things, most of these things were being done already, but a couple of the changes that we're making is to allow us to, override some of the controls we have on the systems in order to have them either start up either earlier or to keep things running overnight. We've always been in the mode of energy savings and trying to have our equipment work most efficiently. But in a situation like this, we really are more interested in having a continual flushing of the building with fresh air, and maybe not have things shut down with sensors and so forth. Again, those are all things that we geared toward being energy efficient, but in this case we're looking to override some of those controls and have the air flowing even when the rooms are not occupied, and constantly bringing fresh air into the building even overnight. We will keep up our recommended schedule of filter changes. We also have logs that are placed in each unit to show when the last filter changes had taken place, along with any other work that was done to prevent or repair issues. So that will continue as we've been doing. In addition, I just think it's important to note all the work that we've done on our HVAC systems over the past several years, as either part of the referendum that we did, and also our recently completed energy savings improvement plan. We've done a lot of rooftop unit replacements and other enhancements to the system that have allowed us to have units that are working more efficiently and hopefully more reliable. We've seen that the units are actually operating. So that's also been a good preparation for this as well. The fact that we've been able to do a lot of replacements and upgrades on our systems. The next appendix deals with meals. Initially, as we've mentioned, we are not going to be doing meals as part of the school day. So since we're going to be working on a shortened day schedule, meals will be distributed to be eaten off campus. The way we're going to do that to start the year, so that will be a grab and go. Breakfast will be available for students to bring home so that they can eat it the next day before they come to school. Lunch will be available to bring home to eat after the school day. There will be some exceptions to this for students who are scheduled for a full day, and we have determined that they will eat in their classrooms and or open space areas, when possible. And again, each school's pandemic response team will be involved in the specifics for each building. It may look a little differently depending upon the facility and the space that's available. We're going to be working on a pre-order app to be created to allow parents to order food for their students so that things will be available for them to, again, grab and go to take home. And that will make that more efficient. We also are looking at a procedure for students who are all virtual, who have elected to be an all virtual model, that there will be a distribution of those meals at buildings at certain dates and times so that parents can come and pick up food for their children as needed. We also are working with coordinating the distribution of lunch and breakfast for any students who will be participating in aftercare that will need lunch, so each building is going to develop procedures to facilitate that. We are going to be working closely with Whitson's to make this all happen. And, they, again, were very involved in the distribution of meals when we did the initial shutdown in the spring. So, they are well prepared and will be meeting with us to make sure all of this gets facilitated. But the NJDOE guidance does specifically state that we can't offer meals buffet style or self-serve. They're really urging everybody to go to a more grab and go model with things being wrapped and packaged. Okay. The next area we have is recess and physical education. That's Mrs. Pekas.
Okay, so due to the NJDOE requirements regarding the cleaning of playground equipment after use by individuals and the limited capacity for staff to conduct such cleaning on top of the extensive cleaning protocols that will be happening throughout the school day inside of the school building, the playground equipment will not be used by students during the school day until such time as the DOE cleaning protocols are relaxed for playground equipment. There will be no use of shared equipment during recess for the same reasons. We will utilize and maximize our open field space and other areas for recess, and staggered times throughout the day will be utilized for students to have recess, and each school's pandemic response team will coordinate that scheduling. I do just want to note that many districts are foregoing including recess because many districts are starting with a shortened day early dismissal and recess is not required. However, we here in Middletown, after much discussion, felt that that was an important thing to include for our on-campus experience to make sure that students get those breaks. With regard to physical education, each of the high school and middle schools in the district will restrict the use of our locker rooms for students during the school day. That's again due to the required cleaning of such areas, quite extensive, as well as the inability to maintain social distancing in those small quarters. So students, as per the DOE recommendations, are encouraged to come to school dressed in clothes appropriate for participation in phys ed. sneakers, comfortable clothing, comfortable shoes. Each school's pandemic response team and PE department will coordinate communication to parents and students about those expectations. The pandemic response team at each school and the PE department will also create a staggered schedule and procedure for how students and when students will wash their hands upon returning from activity, whether it be inside or outside, because that is also required by the DOE. And lastly, with regard to recess and physical education, we will designate outdoor spaces, and the PE department will work extensively to maximize distancing between classes as well as between students in the same class.
Okay, so Appendix J, critical areas operation, field trips, extracurricular activities, and use of facilities outside of school hours. Number one, field trips, assemblies, and other large gatherings will be suspended during our pandemic situation. Two, all clubs activities that are normally running during the course of the school year will be held, and they will be in accordance with our district's phased reopening protocols. Clubs may be able to meet in person as long as the social distancing guidelines are adhered to, and depending on the club size and the indoor restrictions. If the social distancing guidelines cannot be met, then the clubs will meet virtually. And for any club that does meet, students will have the option, of attending virtually as well.
We have also talked about the use of facilities outside of school hours. And at this point, we are planning on limiting the use of facilities outside of school hours to school-sponsored activities until further notice. That will be to allow for the buildings to be properly cleaned and maintained, while the students are not there. Obviously, this takes time, and we're really looking to minimize the use of the buildings. We don't have it mentioned here, but this would not include any aftercare that we would be operating. We're still in discussions with the Y on how that would look, but that would be something that would be an exception to this no use of facilities outside of school hours. And also wouldn't include outside spaces. This would be just for the buildings themselves.
Okay, Appendix K deals with academic, social, and behavioral supports. With regard to the academic supports, many of the schools in the district receive funding through the Federal Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which is used to improve achievement in literacy and mathematics of students through before and after school programs throughout the year. It is also used for enrichment programs and/or summer programming. The district, as Mrs. Tiedemann updated you on earlier, is currently implementing a hybrid extended school year program in accordance with the NJDOE safety and health guidelines previously mentioned. The district's Summer Opportunities for Academic Readiness, the SOAR program for students in grades K-8, provides students virtual small group targeted instruction in ELA and mathematics. This program began this week and will continue for a total of 4 weeks. As a result of the need to shift to virtual home instruction last year, the district is offering a new virtual AP summer program during the month of August for many of the AP courses to help students successfully meet the challenges of AP coursework in the upcoming school year. Please note that this list is not all inclusive, as the district does have other academic supports such as the Algebra 2 Jumpstart program and the summer book clubs for students. Mrs. O'Hagan will now speak to the district's social and behavioral supports.
Thank you. One of the first things that was really important in the Mental Health and Social Emotional Learning Committee was acknowledging and recognizing the fact that Middletown School District is in fact going to have to recognize that social emotional learning is going to be a critical area to re-engage students, to support staff, and to rebuild relationships and to create a foundation for academic learning. We know that with the amount of time lapsed, there's going to be a certain level of familiarity that will have been lost, and we're going to do everything possible to put supports in place to put those feelings of comfort and support back in place. A detailed compilation of staff, social emotional learning, and mental health resources has been established, and it's going to be disseminated on a continuous basis. The reason for the continuous basis is because new resources are coming online all the time. The committee has deep roots in the field of social emotional learning and mental health, and their efforts have allowed us to bring many, many resources into this compilation, and we know we will add more as time goes by. They're going to include, but not be limited to, staff self-care and wellness, access to mental and behavioral resources, and professional development pertaining to social emotional competency. Additionally, the district is going to utilize both staff and caregiver surveys to begin the process of collecting and processing information from stakeholders. We have an idea of how things are going to go, but we're going to need to be in that continuous feedback loop where we get information from our stakeholders to help us guide the continuation of our support for social and emotional learning and well-being. An SEL and mental health inventory was created to collect and house information regarding supports, programs, and resources that are occurring in various buildings and at different levels throughout the district. The purpose of this inventory is to promote the sharing of collective knowledge, skills, and faculty and staff experiences across the district. We know in a district our size, with the skill and the talent and the depth of knowledge, that we can benefit by collaborating and sharing experiences, especially in the area of guiding students and staff to social emotional well-being. The Middletown Township District has established community partnerships with mental health providers and school-based collaborators such as the YMCA and CPC. A range of supports and services and resources are going to be available to students throughout the district through an integrated model of tiered support and services. And the Middletown Township Public School District is currently working with developing a working relationship with several universities that will allow them to place mental health interns into our school district to help us with programs, to develop the programs more fully to meet the needs of students and staff and to deliver those services. Okay, I think we're up to Appendix L. Mrs. Pekas.
So the district formed, as many of you know, a reopening of schools or restart committee. As per, we actually were ahead of that, but it was also consistent with NJDOE guidance. We had 7 subcommittees. I'm sorry, that's a typo. It should be 8 subcommittees, and they are all listed there. They met regularly over the last couple of weeks, and they consisted of multiple stakeholder groups, representative of staff, community partners, parents, township representatives. So we had quite a group there, or as Dr. George has always mentioned, over 150 individuals. So the subcommittees issued reports and recommendations to central office administrative team, as well as the building principals. That information is what you see here tonight in the final plan. They will continue to report up to central office administration, as well as the building principals. And the district committee, the reopening committee, will interact at this point and interface with the school pandemic response teams.
All right, tonight you heard a lot of reference to the school pandemic response team, especially as it related to health and safety. And that just points to the significance that this team will play, the role that this team will play in implementing the plan at each of the different school buildings. Each school will have a pandemic response team, and that team oversees the implementation of this restart and recovery plan at the building level. And like I said, particularly in the health and safety protocols. each building is unique. And this plan, while it is very specific, there still needs to be decisions made at the building level to implement the plan to meet the needs of that unique building and the student and staff populations of that building. Some of the responsibilities they will have is to provide support and training to staff. They'll monitor health data and report those findings to the district administration. They will also work to maintain a safe and supportive school climate. A particularly important responsibility will be coordinating communication, whether it's getting information out to the community or seeking their feedback in order to inform their decisions. The team is going to be made up of a broad section of school community members, teachers. I mean, you see the whole list there. There really is an extensive and broad range of community members that will be part of that team. And as I said, this is the essential team for actually implementing the plan at the building level. So it plays a really, really important role.
Okay, the next section of the plan captures the schedule for students and staff. Our district is committed to returning students and staff to in-person on-campus instruction safely, however expeditiously, and as soon as possible. But the important thing there is safely. Dr. George communicated with the entire district last Friday afternoon with all staff and then with all parents and caregivers regarding the schedule of students and the schedule of staff for reopening in September. We have taken the approach to design a very phased in model for reopening of our schools. The phases reflect our ambition to make sure that students are coming back and their needs are being met. We are taking this time to also improve upon our virtual instruction methods. We did collect feedback over the course of the spring and early in the summer from our caregivers as well as our staff members. That feedback was vital for the committee to review and reflect on, and we're beginning that work now of making enhancements. Over the next couple of weeks, various committee members will be meeting with representatives of the curriculum department to begin talking about best practices for virtual instruction that will include both synchronous, which is in real time, face-to-face type instruction, as well as asynchronous learning activities, which are also just as important in a virtual learning model. They will both be included in our hybrid model approach. So the phased reopening of schools and the resumption of in-person learning also supports a safe return of students, as I've said, and staff to our campuses. Administrators will work collaboratively with the Middletown Township Department of Health and the district physician to monitor our local health conditions, including COVID-19 positivity rates and instances of staff and/or student quarantine or isolation, in order to determine when it is safe to advance to the next phase of reopening of schools. Moving to advanced phases of the district's reopening plan consequently increases classroom population densities or the number of students in each classroom at a given time, and therefore reduces social distancing opportunities. The decision to advance to a subsequent phase of reopening must be in compliance with the state, NJ, DOE, and CDC guidelines that are in effect at the time the decisions are being made. In addition to lengthen the school day and expand it throughout the reopening phases in order to reintroduce on-campus lunch service, we will monitor those same conditions and also monitor the state's reopening and expansion of indoor dining capacity. As Mrs. Doherty has mentioned, until such time, grab-and-go breakfast and lunch will be available to all students. As directed by the state and the DOE, the district must be prepared at any time to transition back quickly to an all remote and virtual model of instruction at all levels and for all students, should local and/or state health conditions require such a change. And we will work over the next couple of weeks to ensure that that is the case. Throughout the course of the next school year, caregivers and parents will have the option to elect for their child to receive instruction remotely every day. The governor made that announcement on Friday. That is part of his orders now. We had already planned for, to include that, but it was formalized by the governor on Friday. We will have a form on the website within the next day, maybe two. We're working on that we're developing it in real time so that caregivers can inform the district if their child will only participate with their classes remotely. At this time, we're expecting parents to have that form returned to the district by August 4th. Again, that will be a form to notify the district that your child is only going to participate in full-time remote virtual instruction and not participate in any on-campus instruction. Caregivers and parents who elect to start the school year with their child only receiving remote virtual instruction will have the opportunity at different times during the year to reintroduce their student to on-campus instruction. And that is described in our phased approach below. In addition, caregivers who elect for their child to participate on campus for in-person instruction have the option to shift to an everyday remote instructional model if they begin on-campus instruction and they determine that it is not a good fit for them or their child for whatever reason that may be. So we're going to quickly highlight the different phases. Phase 1 is September 1st through 3rd. That is reflected in our new revised calendar. That will be dedicated to staff professional development and workshops dedicated to ensure that our reopening is as smooth and efficient as possible. Phase 2 will be re-entry meetings that we will conduct. Every student and a caregiver will have the opportunity to meet with a teacher or a support specialist, staff member from the district, to talk about various items such as their academic progress, their needs, social emotional topics, and their needs regarding that, as well as evaluate their technology needs, discuss expectations in terms of the socially distanced classroom, virtual online expectations, and as well as just talking about any concerns that the student or caregiver has. So phase 3 begins the actual academic school year for our students. And this will be, again, we will start with an early release schedule of 4 hours and 15 minutes for on-campus instruction. However, students will be expected to continue and complete work in the afternoon following their on-campus instruction. And that will vary from grade to grade. And teachers will make those decisions best suited for their students. Each class will be divided into 2 distinct class cohorts or groups. There are some exceptions and they're noted below. That again is necessary to reduce the overall maximum capacity in our classrooms to be able to ensure social distancing measures are in place. Again, we're going to reinforce, I know Mr. Ranella mentioned this before, even with reducing our classes into 2 cohorts, we will not be able to maintain 6-foot social distancing at all times. That will be dependent on different factors such as the room size and the student enrollment. Therefore, students will be masked, we'll have face coverings, and teachers will look to work in mask breaks periodically when 6-foot social distancing can be maintained. Class cohorts will be created based on students' last names to maximize opportunity for siblings and family members to be assigned to the same weekly schedule. The organization of students by last name is listed there. A through K will attend on-campus in-person instruction on Mondays and Tuesdays, and students with the last names beginning with L through Z will attend on-campus in-person instruction on Thursdays and Fridays. We do want to take special note and encourage parents, if you have siblings in the household who have different last names, we cannot determine that automatically from the reports we run. So we do encourage parents, if you have siblings in the same household with different last names, please reach out to your respective child's principals and work through those cases. That is one exception that we will work through with families. Again, because our goal is to have siblings in the same cohorts. So during remote virtual instruction, teachers will include elements such as webcasts or streaming. Opportunity for face-to-face instruction and interaction between teachers and classmates who are either in the classroom or learning from home. That will especially be utilized when the teachers are introducing skills and concepts through direct instruction, whether that be mini lessons or modeling or read alouds or shared opportunities. We will also infuse asynchronous or independent learning opportunities in all grade levels as appropriate and develop, especially developmentally appropriate. Some elementary special subject areas will be scheduled virtually. The principals at the elementary level are working with Mrs. Orozco, our Director of Physical Education and Science, as well as Mrs. Caruso and Mr. Graziano to coordinate that. Middle school and high school students will follow their regular daily schedules at a reduced or compressed time frame. So their blocks or their periods will be reduced from their normal length. Therefore, students will be changing classrooms and interacting with different groups of students throughout the day. In order to continue offering our comprehensive assortment of electives and multi-tiered and leveled core content subject area classes, such as our college prep, our honors, and our AP, we are unable to create cohorts at our middle school and high schools as we can replicate and create at the elementary level. And that is why students will have to continue to move between classes. We didn't want to reduce our number of elective areas or elective offerings, and we wanted to maintain as much as a regular experience for school as possible for our middle school and high school students. Due to their organically smaller class sizes, students enrolled in our special education class programs such as LLD, multiply disabled, behavioral disabilities, autism, and pre-K will be scheduled for in-person on-campus instruction each school day, Monday through Friday. They will not follow a cohort hybrid schedule that was previously described. That also, I just want to explain there, we have had some questions. That is all of our pre-K classes. It's our pre-K disabilities as well as our integrated program. We will be running them on a full 5-day schedule, Monday through Friday, according to their regular times. Students enrolled and eligible for related services, in-class resource, replacement resource, and or supplemental support, as well as our English of second language students, ESL students, and tiered interventions may be scheduled for additional in-person on-campus instruction on Wednesdays, which is our virtual learning day, as scheduled by their school child study team, administration, and or INRS team. So the schools will be reaching out to those parents where that is needed to arrange those services and those opportunities. In addition, depending on the number of students who choose to participate or parents who choose for them to participate remotely, if we have additional space in our cohorts, students with programs such as in-class resource, replacement resource, ESL, or tiered intervention will be scheduled by the school for additional days of in-person on-campus instruction. But again, that will be on a case-by-case basis, from school to school, from class to class, when there is opportunity to do so and space within the classroom. So in phase 4, once we get through phase 3, our anticipated start date would be about October 12th. If we monitor the level of community transmission of COVID-19 within our community, as well as the staff and student attendance rates. During phase 3, we will consult with the Middletown Township Department of Health and our district physician, as well as the Monmouth County epidemiologist to measure those data points and determine if it is safe to move to phase 4. During phase 4, we will increase our cohort sizes at a reasonable rate. At this point, any student who receives in-class resource, replacement resource, ESL, or tiered intervention, if they haven't already been added to both class cohorts, they will be at that point have that option to do so. The parents still retain the choice not to increase their days on campus for their students. The length of the school day for in-person on-campus instruction may be increased at this point, and lunch service may resume if the state has eased indoor dining restrictions and the district can schedule students for lunch service while also maintaining the state's prevailing social distancing guidelines for schools. That is a period of about another 30 days or so. So then we would hope to be entering phase 5 at and around November 16th. Again, could be earlier, could be later, depending on our health data. The district, again, will monitor all of the data points and consult with the Department of Health, the district physician, to determine if it is safe to, again, increase our cohort sizes. If the data suggests that it is safe to increase our cohort sizes, and students who have been participating remotely from home since the start of the school year will be given the opportunity at this point to be added into one of the classes cohorts. Again, increasing our cohort size at a reasonable rate. Again, if the length of the school day was not increased in the previous phase, then we would look to do so now. Again, if the data is positive, trending in the right direction, and we don't have increased levels of community transmission, or we don't have high rates of absenteeism or issues for quarantine or isolation, we would move into phase 6. So in phase 6, we're basically looking to resume our normal schedule. All students back on campus for in-person instruction. Again, parents would retain the option to not have their students elect to do that. And if we hadn't lengthened the school day in October or November for whatever reason, because of the state's indoor dining restrictions or our inability to socially distance students to resume lunch service, we would absolutely be looking to do that at that point. Again, watching the health data and the trends of absenteeism and quarantine. So you can keep going, Mrs. Doherty. The sample schedule is below. Those are the start and end times for students when they're participating in campus. In person on campus. You'll notice that the staff is working a full day in the afternoon, as I mentioned earlier, after they have their opportunity for their lunch and their remaining prep time. Additional student contact time will be scheduled with students and their teachers.
Okay, Appendix O deals with staffing. I'm going to be discussing some of the items that deal with staffing and curriculum and instruction. As a result of the need to shift to virtual home instruction last year, at the start of this school year, appropriate staff will determine the standards and/or skills from the previous grade level and/or courses that may need to be revisited, as well as identify the curricular priority areas for the upcoming school year. It is understood that modifications to instruction and curriculum as per a student's IEP will be implemented as specified in that IEP. Plans will be created to address the use of curriculum materials for both in-person and remote virtual settings. For example, manipulatives in mathematics, art and science supplies, etc. Moving down to number 6, the district will prioritize the most critical prerequisite skills and knowledge for each student subject area and grade level. They will train teachers and leaders to evaluate students' academic achievement gaps and provide appropriate support. The district will plan to approach diagnosing students' academic achievement gaps and prerequisite content knowledge and prerequisite skills, keeping in mind that during virtual instruction, the type of learning experiences that are appropriate will vary based upon the grade band and content area. Adapt the curricular scope and sequence pacing for each subject area and grade level to accommodate where teachers might need to provide acceleration support, and monitor students' progress on grade appropriate assignments and adjust supports for teachers and leaders based on student results. Moving down to item number 13. The district will utilize the following strategies with respect to student assessment as school reopens. Clear and consistent communications with stakeholders. Inventory current sources of student performance data with a focus on those that may be administered while adhering to social distancing practices, being cognizant of the limited time that may be available to work with students in the classroom. Sources may include, but are not limited to, formative classroom assessments, student observations and self-assessments, readiness screenings for pre-K and kindergarten students, district benchmarks, several of which are listed right there on that page for you, traditional and performance-based assessments, and social emotional learning needs assessments. After preparing data for examination, teachers, administrators, INRS teams, etc., will interpret the data and factors contributing to students' performance, and specific actions will be taken to meet the needs of all students, special education, 504, English language learners, G&T, students, etc., tiered intervention students, etc., and create student SMART goals. This may involve, but is not limited to, grade level, vertical and content area articulation, what I need, called win time in the elementary schools, the advisory period in the secondary schools, collaborative goal setting, frequently updated intervention logs and tracking sheets, SMART goals and SMART plans developed by intervention and referral service teams, IEPs, and 504 plans. Moving down to number 14, the district will provide professional development schedules and staff articulation collaboration time on a regular basis and in accordance with the determined needs, such that professional learning experiences promote high-quality instruction for all students. In addition to input collected from the district school reentry planning committees, a survey of needs to gain input from staff will be conducted, and the district and the data collected from these needs assessments will drive the planning of professional development sessions, with the sessions including strategies and applications to reach all learners. Professional learning will foster each educator's capacity to deliver developmentally appropriate and standards-based instruction in the hybrid or virtual model of instruction. Number 15, a home-based learning academy will be created to better support the parent and caregiver in the hybrid or virtual learning environment, such that topic choices will be based on feedback from community stakeholders. Video tutorials will be created for topics such as Google Drive, Google Classroom, Google Meets, Clever, classroom assessment practices, etc. Student tutorials will also be created. Topics for these will be based on feedback collected from staff and community stakeholders. Choices will include successful practices in the virtual hybrid model of instruction, Google Drive, Google Classroom, Google Meet etiquette, Gmail, Clever, password management, and effectively communicating with teachers, among other things. Okay, now Mr. Suliak will address other areas related to staffing.
Sure. The district will strive to ensure that every student and staff member has safe and equitable access to a learning device and internet connectivity to support remote virtual instruction as necessary. Surveys were created and shared with all pre-K through grade 12 caregivers to determine technology device and connectivity needs. The results of those surveys, along with the comprehensive inventory of all current technology devices, ensure that we will have internet connectivity via AT&T Wi-Fi hotspots for all students and staff on an as-needed basis and by request. And devices for students in pre-K through 12 will be available for use for all students. The Technology Committee has also identified several instructional technology applications that will be used by staff and students during hybrid, in-person, and virtual learning. The Professional Learning Committee, like Ms. Caruso just mentioned, is planning training sessions led by teacher leaders and specialists prior to the students' first day of school. In addition to Chromebooks, instructional hardware has also been purchased to support educators in implementing these virtual hybrid learning activities, which include webcams. The following procedures will be followed to ensure safety of Middletown staff and students. Immediately upon arrival, all devices returned for repair will be thoroughly disinfected and sanitized using EPA-registered disinfectant and microfiber cloths. If possible, all in-class technical support will be completed remotely or when the classroom is not occupied. And this true one-to-one environment will allow students Chromebook use without the need of sharing. So each student in grades pre-K through 12 will have an individual device assigned to them and will only use that specific device unless there's a need for repair.
Okay, one of the things that we know that we have to deal with during any school year is the possibility of staff being absent for a number of reasons. In this situation, it's going to be especially important that we have some kind of control over the substitute staff we bring in for teachers, secretarial staff, and paraprofessionals in terms of where they've been and making sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our students and our staff in a confined circle of contact. So what we're doing is we're going to establish a very comprehensive plan that will address staff absences due to COVID-19 related illness or quarantine and for any other reason. We are working with our substitute contracted service provider to establish a consistent roster where the same substitutes will report to a designated school every day to cover staff absences. They will be reporting to those schools regardless of whether or not there is a teacher absent. They will be assigned to other duties as we further vet out this plan. But this way we know that those substitutes will be available on a regular basis the event of absences. The substitutes that we bring in are going to receive the same training that our regular staff gets regarding professional development to follow all of the district's restart and recovery planning and make sure that they will be at the ready to support our students and staff.
The next appendix deals with athletics, and the district continues to follow the New Jersey State Interscholastic Athletic Association return to play guidelines. So I'll review the current model in place. Currently, we're in the summer session, which runs from July 13th through August 28th. And this is a three-phased approach to return athletes to the campus for preseason workouts. Each participant goes through a daily screening checklist and a temperature check each day. And each phase gradually increases the pod or group size. It increases the equipment we can use and increases the practice time that we can have at that time. I should also note that the marching band and cheerleading will kind of use the same phased-in approach during the summer session. After that, the August 29th through September 13th is the virtual period, kind of corresponding with the start of school. All contact with athletes will be virtual. There will be no in-person practices or any scrimmages at that point. And then at this time, the fall season will start September 14th with our traditional practices, and our games should commence around October 1st with our schedule being done as we speak. The middle schools will kind of follow that same fall schedule at that point. And as always, that is subject to change.
I think that's it.
That is, we just have a list of resources at the end. That's it for the appendices.
Can I just say something, because I realized that we missed an important item. That's attendance. And this in these appendices in this policy and regulation plan, we do have a policy for attendance where students, if they are ill, whether it's COVID or a common cold, when they're home, they can log on to the synchronous virtual instruction in the classroom. And when they do that, they will not be marked absent, they will be marked present. Students that are too ill to log on for whatever reason, they can bring doctor's notes into the nurse's office when they come back to school. And that will be considered for an excused absence.
Mary Ellen, may I ask a question?
Sure.
When the students have to log on, do they have to be with the camera on so you know who's on the computer?
I would think that would be, it's not necessary, but it would be encouraged. There's more than just logging on. There's actually participation in class.
Right.
There may be discussions that they're involved in with their microphone. So, the teacher will have a pretty good idea of who's sitting behind that computer.
Why wouldn't we have the camera on? Why wouldn't that
Yes,
be?
attendance will be taken, and
Yeah.
as Mrs. Walker said, they will be participating in synchronous instruction. So the student will have to be present.
Yes.
Okay, because I think, that's accountability for the student too.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. We talked about the high school and the middle school changing classes. Who's going to clean those rooms in between the class changes?
Well, we talked about the concept of having wipes available for the students to use on their desks. The rooms will not be, we will not have the staff to have custodians come in to do complete cleanings, but the desk surfaces will be addressed with the wipes that are available in the rooms. And in addition, the custodians and the environmental workers will be constantly addressing touch points in the hallways, such as door handles and handrails and things of that nature. So those will be addressed in between classes as well, bathrooms, etc.
Okay. In the elementary, we talked about the kids will have some kind of instruction in the afternoon. What will that look like? Because you have to give them time to get home and have lunch.
Correct. And the teachers have to have their lunch and their additional prep time as well. So it'll be scheduled through the teachers. That will be most likely small group instruction. That's when that win time will be scheduled that we discussed previously. That is usually one-on-one or small group instruction. The students will have asynchronous activities to be completed at home to continue their learning. So that's independent activities. And there will be virtual specials as well, because we won't be able to get all their specials in person.
That was my next. What subjects will be taught in the elementary schools in person?
All core subject instruction will occur in person and also virtually, because again, it's a combination of synchronous, in person, as well as asynchronous, independent learning. Right now, Mrs. Orozco again, Mrs. Caruso, Mr. Graziano are working on the special subject schedule with the principals. It is likely that the vast majority of elementary specials will be scheduled in person will be the physical education portion.
Okay, another question is, the kids that are virtual can only come back at a certain phase. What happens if the numbers are low in school? Well, they won't be allowed to come back sooner if they decide that that's what they want to do?
Well, our first priority, as we discussed, is to fill any vacant seats or openings class to class with our special education students, our in-class resource, replacement resource, our ESL students, and our tiered intervention students. So those will be the first group of students that we'll look to bring back and increase cohort capacity sizes with. The first time the students who start remotely have a chance to come back is early on in the phases. It's right after that we bring back the students in the special group populations. So it's pretty sequential. It's pretty soon after they start, virtual.
Because if we have somebody new that enrolls in a district and they want to start in person, they would be allowed to, correct?
If it depends on if there's space. If there's not, then they may have to start virtually if they enroll once the school year has started.
Yeah. And we got an email on this and somebody said that it was answered, but I didn't see anything through our emails. The consideration for caregiver schedules. Are they going to have the flexibility to switch or no?
So that was a topic that our principals brought up and we discussed with them at length. Their recommendation from the buildings was that with the complexity of scheduling these cohorts and trying to balance them, as well as trying to take into account getting students who have different last names, who live in the same household, matched back together, as well as balancing our special education students to make sure that all of our cohorts are heterogeneous and we don't have any overscheduling of special education students in one cohort. There's a lot that goes into balancing those classes. So we are just unable to take special requests at this time for switching cohorts because there's just so many factors that go into this. At the high school level, we have to factor in our vocational students. We may need to adjust their schedules to match the vocational school schedules. And also at the high school level, we also have our early college students. So there's already exceptions that we have to balance for scheduling reasons, for programmatic reasons within the school. And those are natural, that we have to take care of those first, and those have to have priority.
And the next is, do we really think August 4th is enough time for people to get back to us?
Well, if we don't have answers by August 4th, it's really going to limit the school's ability to schedule. So it's going to delay the scheduling. It's going to delay their ability to identify where there's extra capacity to add special groups back in, such as our special ed students, to additional cohort days. So we really need to have that information as soon as possible. It is a week, and that is pretty consistent with what almost all the districts we've seen, are providing.
And just a comment, and maybe it's wrong, but we're going to send letters to people asking them if they're going to go virtual. Why wouldn't we put on that form, are you going virtual or are you going in person? So that you know for sure what they're doing, because if they don't answer, we're going to have to follow up some way or another, right?
So we've talked about that. That's something that we're actually discussing with our attorney in developing the form, because the state really hasn't given much guidance other than we have to give the parents an option to do virtual, and they only addressed virtual on Friday, and they only addressed having a form for virtual, but we are discussing that as a district.
Yeah, because it would make sense if you ask them, are you doing virtual or are you going to do the hybrid?
Correct.
And then it's going to take time to follow up for all the people that don't answer. Because they could just show up at school, you know, in person.
Well, we will plan, anybody who does not respond to us saying that their child is going to be participating only virtually, we have to schedule them as if they're going to be in person. That is, the assumption is that students are going to be attending in person. That's what we're hoping for. We want students to be on campus. We want, you know, we want them to be participating in person instruction. So the assumption, the default assumption will be, if we don't hear from parents, we will be scheduling them for in-person instruction.
And the last question I have is, what will the labs, cooking classes, theater, bands, what will those classes look like?
It's going to look different. It's going to look different in every classroom. That is the reality of the situation that we're facing right now with the restrictions that have been placed upon us from the DOE. In terms of science classes, I know Mrs. Orozco is here. Devin, please feel free to chime in, unmute. We've been talking about this. She's going to be talking to some teachers in the departments, as well as the phys ed department, and Mr. Graziano will be talking to the life skills teachers and the career study, you know, those career electives like sewing and cooking. Go ahead, Mrs. Orozco, talk about the modeling, a lot of teacher modeling, right?
There is. So I've been involved in a lot of conversations at the state and the national level at this point about both science and physical education going on in buildings. How much can we do in classrooms? What materials will be safe for our students to use? And there are a lot of us working together in different groups to try to come up with some really innovative activities that our students can do. Unfortunately, mostly digitally, but it is, you know, my goal to make sure that we have those activities that align with our state standards and allow our students to have experiences that are genuine and authentically science, even if it's not doing the same chemistry experiments that we all may have done in our own high school experiences. So I am working real hard this summer to try to make sure that we can provide those experiences for all of our students.
Thank you.
And I have a question. You said that we're going to be, as far as if they do not send back the paperwork saying they're going virtually, we're going to assume that they're coming back to school. If everybody came back to school, we could accommodate it?
We can accommodate it, but again, from classroom to classroom, it's going to reduce your social distancing. So by splitting them into the two cohorts every class, we've already created capacity for social distancing. In every classroom, depending on enrollment, it may not be 6 feet. It may be less than 6 feet.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple questions. Going back to the required mandatory screening form that every student must have upon entering the school building, I may have missed this, but I thought I heard you say that if the student doesn't have the form, they're going to be put in a holding room. The parents will be notified until the screening can be done. Is it the school nurse that's doing the screening?
No, actually, we're looking at either an app or using a Google Doc to for the parents to be able to go and use their phone or their computer to send it to the school every day. Those parents who don't have that can use a paper copy, but if the student doesn't have the form or the parent hasn't filled out the app, a phone call will be made and the parent can fill it out right there. Say, oh, I just forgot to do it. Here it is. She might not have, or he might not have taken the temperature. Our nurse could take the temperature, and that would be the end of it. Because there's questions on there like, have you been in close contact with someone who has had COVID symptoms? Like, we wouldn't be able to answer that, especially for a younger student.
Right, and that's what I thought, because if it's modeling what you have to do now at a doctor's office or a dentist's office, it's more than one question. But I also think at some point, yes, you need the parent to answer or the caregiver to answer those questions. But I think at that point, you might as well, if the nurse is there, just do the temperature check as well, if that can be done.
Exactly.
The other thing, going back to the inability in middle school and high school to try and clean desks in between classes. Clearly, I mean, that is going to be a huge undertaking if to try to do that and then have the students responsible for it. Is the teacher monitoring at that point to make sure that every student actually does wipe down the desk? Because the other thing too, with a lot of these cleaning products, clearly you need bleach at this point to kill these viruses, but it has to remain wet on the surface, right? And then air dry, which is going to take time. Is everybody going to start touching all of these desks? I think these are questions that a lot of the parents are probably going to have in terms of how this is really going to be effective.
I mean, the only solution that we've been able to come up with so far is to, again, have the wipes available for the students. I don't know, and I guess this would be open to discussion, how much of the students would be pressed to do it, to sit at their own desk. I mean, it would basically be, we would think the teacher would be reminding everyone to do it and, encouraging them to do it. But I don't know. And if anyone else wants to chime in, whether that would be something that would be subject to, anything further than that, I'm not sure that that's what we envisioned. It would be the same as people going into a supermarket or something else and taking a wipe and wiping their cart, or, when we used to be able to go to the gym and wiping the equipment and so forth. As far as using stronger cleaners like bleach and other, we have other disinfectants that we're using that are, certified to kill the virus, but, that would be things that we would be doing, after the school day, every day as the students are cycling in and out, in the classrooms, I don't know if Mr. Cahill is on the, is on this call. I mean, Walter, if you are on, you can certainly chime in and explain in even more detail than I am, but again, the in-between class cleaning, that's just not something we're going to have enough staff to hit every classroom. And as you said, even, have things dry and so forth. The wipes is, what we have come up with and what other districts are moving toward as well.
Yeah, there really just is not enough manpower. If you were in the high schools, even if I had my entire staff working day shift, there's not enough time with the 3 minutes between class changes to disinfect everything. Our options are limited. We do have some EPA approved disinfectants. We have one that has a 30-second kill time. The others are 4 minutes, and one of them has a 10-minute dwell time. So the 10-minute dwell time is great for the evenings. The 30-second and 4-minute is that's what we'll use in our electrostatic sprayers. It's a very fine mist that actually electrostatically adheres to anything that it touches. But again, just the amount of actual electrostatic sprayers that you would need to accomplish that, it's just not possible. The only other alternative, would be to, either have the disposable wipes or the actual cleaning product in the room. And I don't know how that would work because, our staff are trained to use those products and chemicals, and I don't think it's something that we would want to be spraying while the students are sitting at a desk.
The other strategy that the principals are discussing, we've been in meetings with them. If you've been to outdoor dining facilities, some people have noticed that in order to create social distancing, if they've left the number of tables there that they normally would have, but they need to skip like every other one now to create social distancing, they have like X marks or pieces of paper that indicate that table cannot be used. So in classrooms where all of the desks will still be placed there might be like a paper put on some desks like every other row to indicate that they're off use. And then it's only every other class, because then the new kids coming in would sit in the rows that weren't used previously. So it's really only every other class then where there would need to be cleaning or wiping down of desks.
Yeah, so it may look different from classroom to classroom, and then we'll employ all strategies that we can to, to achieve our goals.
Hey, Kim, I just wanted to be very clear about how we're getting this information to you, what we want to choose. If we want to choose the cohort or virtual, do we get a snail mail, or are we getting an email, or is it a phone blast? What should we look for?
Mrs. Walker, Mr. Ranella, did you want to talk that through? I know you've been working on that with Mrs. Calabro.
Do you want to handle that?
Yeah, so right now we're in the process of creating a digital form, either a Google form that will be sent out through School Messenger and placed on the website, or some other type of digital form. But right now we're looking to have it as a digital form, so that way the request will be sent back in and we can sort the responses.
Great, thank you.
And my understanding, Mrs. Walker, is that Mrs. Calabro has now been able to push through all new registrants, including our incoming kindergarten and our
Yes.
incoming pre-K, anybody newly enrolled. So all parents who have registered in the district and provided their email address or their contact, it's mainly going to be email address. That'll be the primary means of communication, but also a phone blast directing them to the district website. Everyone who has a student currently enrolled for September is now included and has been updated and pushed through in our system.
Kim, I have another question. Who's going to be tracking the forms that the parents have to fill out for the kids to get into school that day?
The health screening forms?
Yes.
Oh, I'll defer that to Mrs. Walker and Mr. Ranella.
Yeah, that is going to be like office staff. It depends, like a smaller school, a secretary could do that, and with the nurses' help. The larger, like high school, it's going to have administrators, guidance counselors. We haven't actually come up with the actual protocol of who is going to track the forms at this point. We know we're using either a form or an app. The committee has been looking at different apps that automatically populate into our PowerSchool system. But right now, we know we are going to have a screening tool. We know what that screening tool is going to include. But like Mr. Ranella said, we're still working on creating those different protocols. And like I talked about the pandemic response teams, these are the type of procedures that each school is going to create. The pandemic response team is going to help them create that to meet the needs of that building. Because a Fairview with, fewer students than Nut Swamp may have a different procedure, and a middle school will have a different procedure than a high school. So there's a lot of requirements that we've built into this plan that are detailed, but they're not specific to any school. And that's the job of the pandemic response team, to create. So those teams will be getting started very shortly on figuring out the procedures, creating the procedures to actually implement the plan in a specific school.
I have a question. If either Mrs. Walker or Mr. Ranella, can you guys please just clarify again the language about face coverings, just so everybody's clear?
I can do that, yeah.
Thank you.
Expectation is that face coverings will be worn all the time in school. The reality is students will have to build up stamina for wearing face coverings. When appropriate, when students are in a classroom and are able to socially distance 6 feet apart, they will be getting face mask breaks, or whatever you want to call that, ability to take their face masks off for periods of time throughout the day by the teacher. Then we've seen it in ESY that we were actually surprised at the stamina coming in that the students had to wear face masks. It wasn't foreign to them. They were wearing them for long periods of time, and the teachers are giving them also face masks. There are students that are not as accustomed to it, and they need to have more breaks. They need to have their stamina built up. But the expectation is that everyone will wear masks all the time, in school. Except there are exceptions for medical, some students may be medically excused from wearing a face mask. And for those students, we will make every effort to make sure that they are always 6 feet socially distanced in school.
Okay, thank you.
Were we able to contact any of the incoming kindergartners to invite them to a pandemic response team? Do we have any of the incoming kindergarten parents involved in this process?
I think the teams are just being formed right now by the principals. Each school is building their own team.
Okay, so maybe reach out to their principals if they ask me. That's what to tell them.
Correct.
Good?
Reach
Okay,
out, reach
thank
out to
you.
their building principals. The
Okay,
building
great.
principals are forming those teams.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay, are we ready to move on to public comment? We're gonna do a public comment. The limit is 3 minutes each, but we are not limiting it to 30 minutes this evening. So we're gonna go on for as long as you want to ask questions. I've asked the administrators to be prepared to answer questions that we can. We'll ask everyone to please only speak once so that everyone can be heard. Everyone gets a turn.
Pam, are we going to answer the questions from the last meeting? We told people we were going to have those answers.
I believe many of them were answered in the presentation. Can you think of one that wasn't?
Well,
Yes,
I'm sure
I
there's a
find-
lot that wasn't, but I'm just curious. We told them that we would have the answers for this meeting, but maybe they'll come on and ask them again. Hopefully we'll have the answers.
If I could just speak to that, Mrs. Rogers. So what we did was we sent all of those questions to subcommittees. I participated in quite a few subcommittee meetings. Those to the subcommittee chairs. The subcommittee chairs reviewed those with their committees to make sure that that information would be included in our 104-page document where appropriate. So the vast majority, and again, I participated, and I know my administrative colleagues can speak in many of the subcommittees, and that was regular discussion in the subcommittees. The questions that we had received from when we laid out the plan in our previous public meeting. So thanks, Mrs. Minuez, for pointing that out. I'd also like to say that the expectation will be that the administrators that were involved in the leadership roles in the subcommittees will answer questions as they relate to their subcommittees when the questions are asked.
Wait, I have one more question. I'm sorry, before we go into public comment. Is there any type of rule about what sort of face masks, face coverings are required? Like, are you allowed the plastic face shield as opposed to the mask? Are there any specific rules about that? Does anyone know?
Well, a mask and a face shield is a little different. A face shield is not as effective as a mask. In fact, when you wear a face shield, you still have to wear the mask. It's just a second layer of protection. Of course, students who are medically, unable to wear a mask, it's a layer of protection that they could use.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mrs. Rogers, if I could just make a statement just to, I guess, manage expectations. Presumptively, as the board typically does, answers will be reserved until after public comment is over. And then also just understanding that some questions may trigger responses that may be subject to various confidentiality restrictions, student and or personal safety issues and plans that may be underway. So there may be certain questions that just based upon certain legalities, despite best intentions, can't be answered, or just the reality that this is a very fluid process. There is new guidance, regulations coming from the federal, state, and county governments daily on some of these issues. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there to manage the expectations. Thank you.
Okay, so are we going to save the answers for the end of, is that how you guys wanted me to do it? I thought we were going to answer in between today. I thought we were doing things a little different with this topic.
It's up to you. I just wanted, I wasn't sure. I presume you want to do it at the end, but it's really up to you.
I
Can I
would like
say something?
to get answers.
Yes.
I think it'd be
because-
better to get answers one at a time, because then I think people forget what we've said and forget the details, and some people log off. I'd rather get the answer immediately. Is that okay with
I
the
agree with
administration?
that.
Okay, great. Great. Okay, let's go for our first public comment, please.
Okay, first up is Laura Apt.
Hey, good evening.
Hi.
I acknowledge the enormous difficulty in coming up with this plan. I have to start off by expressing my extreme disappointment in the communication between the administration and parents that has gone on throughout this process. We as a community have been promised that all of our questions from the last board meeting would be answered. And to date, not one of my questions have been answered, nor have they been addressed tonight. And I can attest to the fact that there are many other parents that have these same issues. And I thank you, Joan, for bringing that up because our questions were not answered. A quick question I jotted down before I get to my main speaking points. How could you possibly know at this point that you have enough Chromebooks and hotspots for all elementary school children when no one, to my knowledge, has been asked if they needed them? Many families made do with iPads and other devices in the spring that really are not compatible with the programs we use. And I know that there are a large number of children who will need Chromebooks and hotspots considering the virtual environment we're going into. As we are all very aware, Middletown is comprised of a diverse demographic with many families made up of 2 full-time working parents, along with many single income households. The economic strain that is being put on these families who will have to provide childcare outside of the 8 hours a week of virtual learning will be financially devastating for many. Women especially are being forced out of the workplace because their income cannot offset the exorbitant childcare costs that will be incurred. On July 23rd, the Lakewood Board of Education unanimously approved a plan to return children to school beginning September 4th for in-person instruction on a regular 5-day-week schedule. This unanimous approval was made despite unresolved funding questions. The superintendent told the board that the district is moving to reopen schools for in-person instruction because of the needs of the public school parents. And I quote, "Our students need to be at school because our parents will be at work." I ask if the Lakewood School District is able to do this with similar budget and funding concerns. Why can't Middletown make these considerations? I am not willing to accept that a large student population is the reason we are unable to return to school 5 days a week. The Lakewood Board of Ed approved the purchase of modular units to hold classrooms in the middle school, along with the purchase of plexiglass dividers to help with social distancing. I add that these expenditures were not in the budget, but they made the decision to prioritize these expenditures. There is without question non-essential funds that could be reappropriated, such as flooring and other previous mentioned items this evening. Why are considerations such as these not even being presented or considered? It doesn't seem like these things were taken into consideration. We most certainly can meet social distancing mandates and safety guidelines imposed by the CDC and New Jersey Department of Education by implementing measures such as these. We have asked for transparency in the options that have been considered, and to date, this has not happened. We are comparing ourselves to other districts and precautions taken to cleaning desks between classes, but not using them as resources to discuss what is truly important, like getting kids back in the classroom. I would lastly like to respond to the email I received from Dr. George this afternoon, addressing the fact that the administration is working with the Y to expand the existing before and after care programs to provide care when the hybrid schedule is implemented. If we do not have concrete answers tonight on how this program will work, who will be offered to, how many children it can accommodate, and how they will be able to safely social distance such a large number of children when our district claims it cannot do the same, how can we assume this program and work can work and be implemented? I'd also like to know how the Y is going to provide indoor dining. I'm assuming that the children will have to eat at some point during the day if the school cannot do so. Hand in hand with that, the indoor dining restrictions, does that mean that our littlest ones will not have any snack time during the 4 hours and 15 minutes they're in school? This contradicts the reasoning I was given for why the children cannot be in school for the full day. I urge the board to strongly consider the fact that if you approve this plan, as it is, you are making a huge assumption that childcare needs will be met when the YMCA program has yet to be substantiated as safe and feasible. As a closing point, even if the Y is able to get a safe plan rolled out, it won't be subsidized. Parents who work outside the home are being penalized as they will have to lay out this additional expense on top of the exorbitant property taxes we already pay, which we expect to pay for our full-time education. I am asking tonight, with the backing of over 1,200 Middletown parents, that this plan not be submitted to the state as is.
Mr. Rogers, I'm sorry to interject, but the speaker's at 4 minutes and 30 seconds now. I just wanted to remind you of the time.
Okay, well, I'm just asking that the
Okay, thank you.
plan as being presented tonight is not submitted for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll start, and then I don't know if Mr. Suyak can add in, but I can tell you that I attended a lot of the technology committee meetings, so I just want to speak to, you have exact number of devices, how many devices, the primary apps, the apps that are going to be needed, and the programs that are going to be needed based on our educational needs. So that's been a part of the regular discussion. We know exactly how many devices we have based on the number of devices that are out with students right now. We know that those devices are going to be collected and reissued as part of the normal protocols for the start of the school year. So that's been part of the technology committee. I don't know, Mr. Suyak, if there's anything else you want to add upon that?
Sure, absolutely. The district's Chromebook and hotspot inventory is based on a number of things. It's based on the 2 surveys we presented to the caregivers, one back in March and another one this past July in our reentry survey. The results of those surveys, along with the inventory that we already have and the new purchases that we discussed this evening, ensure that we have a true one-to-one for our pre-K through 12 students. That is an absolute fact. With the board's approval of the additional purchase this evening. As far as hotspots, we base the need of hotspots on both servers as well. And as we have in the past, we saw that what was requested and what was actually needed was actually a little less. So we anticipate for the worst, but hope for the best. I hope that kind of answers the question a little better.
And as for the YMCA, the Y, I know Stacy Listel is on this call right now, but we have Stacy has been involved with the subcommittee actively throughout the process. I also want to point out that the Y was providing essential childcare throughout this entire process. So the Y is really an expert on the intricacies about how we can do this. As far as the social distancing, as it relates to the before and after care with the Y, we know that that would be offered on those days for the students that are receiving the in-place instruction. So, you know, that's our baseline for how we can social distance. As Mrs. Doherty pointed out earlier, we are also in discussions with the township about additional facilities, so that maybe for students who are not in school but are working on their synchronous instruction, additional programs could be set up for childcare for working parents. So we have been in discussions with both the Y, which we meet with on a weekly and sometimes bi-weekly basis, and we've reached out to, and it's the very preliminary stages, as Mrs. Doherty said, to the township to look at additional facilities that we might be able to expand to. So there was a lot there, but I think those are the answers I can provide at this time.
And I'll just address the topic of snack time. That's something that we're having elementary principal meetings to discuss. You know, it's one of the topics that we're continuing to discuss. As the speaker mentioned, if you're less than 6 foot socially distanced and you have to remove your mask to eat, we're basically not adhering to the state guidelines at that point. So that's what causes the issue with lunch service. Yes, it would cause the same issue with snack. So we are looking at how that may or may not be feasible. Also, when students are eating in school, the state guidelines are, you know, very specific regarding hand washing before and after. Those of you who have elementary students, you know that in some schools it's limited bathrooms and sinks. To line every student up and only allow 1 or 2 in at a time to maintain social distancing in the bathrooms at the sinks could mean that it could take hours to get classrooms of students through to wash their hands before they can even start to eat, and then again have to repeat the process after they eat. And those are the realities that we're tackling and dealing with. It's those kinds of dilemmas that the principals are actively trying to find solutions for, or figure workarounds, or safe practices to be able to proceed with some of our normal routines.
I'd also like to address the comparisons to other districts, and believe me, I understand it, I respect it. I really do. But it's one thing that I've mentioned this before in my discussions with people, and the comparisons with other districts. It's specific to enrollment, number one. It's also specific to the number of facilities, the age and size of the facilities, because at the end of the day, the expectation based on the DOE and the New Jersey Department of Health are social distancing guidelines that we have worked very hard in our subcommittees and have done the mathematics to really figure out each one of our facilities and how much space we're going to need to do that. And we're even saying that it's going to be extremely challenging in some of our buildings, even with half of our students in place for 4 hours a day, to be able to execute that. And it's very important also to understand that we are looking at a plan that first and foremost takes into account the health, safety, and well-being of all of our community. We know that if our teachers become sick, then there is no one to provide the instruction for the student. And therefore, instruction is lost for those students, whether that's in-place instruction or whether that is instruction that is done virtually, right? So we have developed a plan that we believe, following the state guidelines, again, both by the New Jersey Department of Health, the DOE, the governor's guidelines, based on CDC guidelines, that will give us the best opportunity to get to full instruction. That's why we have a phased-in plan with everyone there. And that is really our goal. We do not look at this as a perfect plan. We do not believe we have all the answers. This is a fluid process with continual updates and information from medical experts. We're not medical experts. We are following the guidelines set up by the medical experts, and we're doing it as it relates to our district, our 16 buildings. And this would look different if we had all brand new state-of-the-art facilities. Our average facility is 80 years old. So we have facilities that are approaching 100 years old. So this looks different in our district than it might look in other districts, than it would look in a K-6 or a K-8 or a regional high school district. So, I mean, everybody has to do a plan that's specific to their facilities and their enrollments. That's what I would say to that.
Thanks, Dr. George. There's one more thing I believe Laura asked about before and after care. And if we don't have the answers for her now, maybe we could tell people when we can tell them.
I did speak to the question.
Did you?
We didn't have all the answers, but yeah, we did speak to the question. We talked about how we're working on a weekly basis with the Y, that we would social distance based on the number of students that would be in school that day. And that would be the population that we were serving at each one of the schools, each one of the elementary schools. So that's the first place we are looking for. We are looking for other facilities, partnering for other facilities to possibly expand on alternate days. So I did go over that, and as more information becomes available, we're going to communicate that.
So we're not ready to sign up yet. We're not there yet.
Parent, Dr. George, I can jump in.
Yeah, jump in, Stacy. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. That's okay. I didn't want to we can start registration once everybody knows what day they're going to, what cohort they're going to be in. We absolutely can start registration. And as Dr. George said, we've been doing this since April 3rd. We ran emergency childcare as the governor permitted us to open a site in Freehold. And we follow all CDC guidelines, all brand new licensing guidelines. We do temperature checks, we do screening. the questions that everybody was talking about earlier that's going to happen, the parents are going to have to do, we've been doing that. And we will continue to do that for our before care, and we'll continue to do that with our aftercare. So we're going to follow the same CDC and health and safety guidelines to make sure that the kids are kept safe. They will be social distance. We will be spreading out because our sites at each of the schools, we have several rooms that are licensed, so we will not be taking them and putting all of them together. They will be separated in their grade pods. So we're going to work together on looking for additional space as well to do that.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Stacy.
You're welcome.
All right, let's have our next speaker.
Okay, next is Kate Farley.
Hi, Kate Farley, 62 Ivy Hill Road, Red Bank. Thanks for taking the time. I'd just like to start by saying that I do appreciate the consideration that was given in the plan to the different phases and to creating, an exit plan to hybrid learning. I can see that there was clearly a lot of thought given to the plan, and that doesn't go unnoticed by me. So that said, I am curious why, the determination was made that the health risks posed by a hybrid schedule were preferable to the risks posed by an increased capacity that the 5-day program would bring, particularly when we're talking about children wearing masks, all the time. Both have risks, but only a hybrid plan puts an increased burden on families. And I'm just curious, how that burden is being justified, particularly when I'm hearing now that we're only just starting to kind of put the wheels in motion to come up with what childcare might be offered for families on those off days, those remote learning days. What are families expected to do? And it doesn't sound like we have any concrete direction there just yet, though I understand that, we're trying to make those strides with the township. In the township of Summit, whose students will be returning to school 5 days a week, the superintendent noted that the AB schedule, such as the one proposed by Middletown, raised questions about what the students are doing on their remote days, where they are, who they're with. And Summit's local health officials expressed support of the 5-day plan due to the increased daily measures of control that it presents, and acknowledged that despite an increase in daily capacity, the 5-day model was still safe due to eliminating those unknowns about the student behavior. And I would also note that many districts, Morristown, Chatham, Spring Lake, Manasquan, Wall, to name a few, have adopted 5-day in-person plans. I understand that every district is different. Also, but they are all governed by the same state health and safety reopening guidelines as Middletown. We'll also note that the 6 feet of social distancing is not always required. There are alternatives that were provided by the DOE, such as partitions. I understand that there's some expense involved, but the point is that there are, workarounds that the DOE provided, and certainly the masks are one of them. And, as it has been mentioned, the students are going to be expected to be masked all the time anyway. So, I also was curious if there was any consideration, I didn't hear anywhere, this was one of my questions from last time, whether there was consideration to implementing in-person for a certain subset of the student population beyond the special education students in the self-contained classrooms. I understand they will be there 5 days a week, but other districts are just sending their kindergarten students, K through 2, K through 5. Were any of those considerations given here, and why were they deemed inoperable? Also, I know I'm probably running out of time, but to the extent
I'm sorry, but your time is up, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, could I just say one more quick thing about if this hybrid plan is adopted? I just would like to beg that reconsideration be given to the idea that there can be absolutely no wiggle room for switching cohorts. I don't think that working mothers should be forced to give up their jobs because of the last name of their children. And I do think that perhaps if
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Your time has expired. Mrs. Rogers, I'm going to, pursuant to board policy and the direction you gave at the beginning of public comment, limiting each speaker to 3 minutes. Sound the alarm. If you want to extend it, it's the board's prerogative. But again, the board does have a policy that the public is all aware of regarding 3 minutes. I would ask the public, out of respect for the other members of the public who also want to speak, as well as the board, to try and get through all this, to govern themselves accordingly, to constrain their comments to the 3 minutes that are allotted. And that is
Yeah.
board policy that I'm referring to. Thank you.
Yes, we do have a lot of people who want to speak tonight. Thank you so much. If there's something that extra that you want to say, you can always email us as well. Do any of the administrators want to answer Ms. Farley's questions?
Well, I'll start, and maybe Ms. Pincus or Mrs. Walker will jump in, or even on the PPE, Mrs. Doherty might want to jump in. But I want to start by saying, you know, the full day, 5-day plan as some in meeting the social distancing guidelines, for us to be able to do that, we would have to have a morning and an afternoon session. It was one of the original plans that we looked at. Unfortunately, we couldn't have enough time in the teacher's regularly scheduled day to be able to set up those two cohorts with the substantial learning opportunities that we're able to do in the alternate days. So that was one of the original models that was considered and vetted through the committee. That's the first thing. On the PPEs, Mrs. Doherty, do you want to speak to that piece?
The PPE related to employees, or?
To help with the social distancing. And there are some things we are doing inside that, thank you for clarifying. There are some things, the steps that I've been listening to you talk about with your subcommittee, and what we've been talking about as an administrative team as it relates to where we can't be in that 6 foot of social distancing. The other things that we are looking into, like the plexiglass, or that we're ordering.
We have ordered plexiglass, you know, for some of the main offices and you know, areas where there's traffic, you know, like, you know, where students and so forth are coming into the offices. We have also talked about, and I think that was in the plan, you know, limiting, very much limiting visitors into the building, and keeping just really the students and the employees in the building where we can. We've also looked into ordering for rooms, you know, that would possibly need it, some of the special education rooms, or maybe even, you know, some other types of classrooms where it would be deemed appropriate. Some shields that would sit on top of a desk. We're looking into those, and we've ordered a number of those, and we're using some of those for ESY. They're sort of like trifold, not really plexiglass, because, you know, they're made of, you know, some sort of, you know, composite material that's, you know, lightweight, and it has the clear plastic in front of it. But, you know, those are the measures we've put in so far.
And I think the point is, even with the alternate, the 2-day model, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and a limited number of students with additional needs, like emerging bilingual and special education in there on a 5-day-a-week basis, we still have to implement those type of things, even with half of our students, to maintain any level at all of social distancing, and have the full school in place with our enrollments based on our 16 schools, you know, our 9,500 students, just isn't possible.
Can I jump in, because
yes, please.
I just want to, it's almost like an unintended consequence of bringing the entire school together at one time, whether it's for half a day or all day, but just having the total population in at one time. And it all relates to the contact tracing and the requirements for quarantining. Just to give you an example, if you have a class that the students are able to socially distance, or most of them are able to socially distance, and one student comes down with a symptom, and we are going to have, we've noticed it in ESY, we are going to have multiple students with symptoms in every school every day. If those students are in a class that is not socially distanced, the class gets quarantined, the teachers and all the students. Now, ESY, we have about 60 students in one school and 40 students at the secondary level in another school right now. And we've already had 3 students in 3 days have symptoms, and that's only with 100 students. Now multiply that to 9,600 students. How many students are going to have a headache or feel feverish or have some stomach pains or any one of those symptoms? They then go into the isolation room and we do the contact tracing. Anyone that was a close contact, anyone that was in a room with them that wasn't socially distanced, that room gets shut down or that bus gets shut down, and they're quarantined. What will happen if we are not practicing social distancing? Multiple classes a day will get, quarantined, and that's 14 days. The quarantine is 14 days. And we're talking, over 2 weeks. It could be, in school terms. And, that would be the reality if we brought everybody together at one time. But by social distancing, today we had 2 students with symptoms, and because they were social distanced, nobody else got quarantined. Those students are quarantined, but nobody else in the class, no students, no teachers, no one on the bus. It was the best case scenario because we could have ended up shutting down 2 classes and maybe even more because the students on the bus go to all different classes. So that is one reason that we have to do, cohorts. We can't bring everyone in together. With cohorts, we can work towards bringing everyone together. If we just bring everyone together at once, it's going to fall apart and we're going to end up going backwards and maybe closing down a school perhaps.
I also want to say one thing about our plan that we're really proud of is the fact that we are able to offer virtual live instruction for our students every day. So even if you're not in school, it'll be a combination of that live virtual and then the asynchronous, because we want to make sure that we don't spend too much time just in front of a screen. We want to offer hands-on student-directed learning opportunities, independent learning opportunities, and even remote collaborative learning opportunities for our students. So, I think also part of the issue for our community, and rightly so, and again, first off, I completely empathize with the fact of working parents and how they're going to figure this out. I truly do. I want to say that I know this Board of Education. I know our entire administrative team. I know when we looked at that model, if we could bring everybody in 5 days a week and split them in half and do a morning and an afternoon, we wanted that. If there was any way we could have wanted that. The only thing we wanted more than that was a return to a sense of normalcy and have everybody back in a regular day. It's not that we don't want that. We're trying to develop a model that is sustainable throughout the course of those early weeks and months so that we can get to that place where we have everybody in full in-person instruction. That's our goal. That's why we have a 6-phase plan.
And another part of the question, I wrote the questions down, was about, did we consider bringing back beyond our self-contained classes, like our K-2s all at one time? Our self-contained classes are organically smaller classes. They have less students in them. And even with the whole class, they lend themselves to social distancing without having to break them into cohorts. K-2 is not like that. K-2 has a maxes of 25 students. They're usually anywhere between 20 to 25 students, which is, we would not be able to social distance them at all if we brought them all back in a classroom. And we don't have room to expand to other classrooms. Our buildings wouldn't allow that, and we don't have the teaching staff. We have to double our teaching staff at that point. So to bring somebody like a K-2 or K-5 back, we would then have to eliminate other classes and say, you're all virtual. And that was actually something we did look at. Bring elementary in and secondary is all virtual. And that was just, for various reasons, we rejected that, model. We felt that it was better that we brought everybody in for 2 days than some students in not at all.
Okay, next is Amanda Tulp.
Hi, Amanda Tulp, 601 Buchanan Boulevard. You sort of just addressed some of my concerns. I had two issues. One about the elementary in-class instruction, particularly for the younger students. So I won't touch as much on that. However, I do want to point out that there's specific points within the plan that reference things like vulnerable students. So page 29, section D, covers the administrator's responsibility to ensure the quality of continued learning in person or virtual. Point 3 here states that administrators prioritize vulnerable students groups for face-to-face instruction. Page 34, also section D, point 1 highlights best practices from the AAP limit screen time for students in grades pre-K through second grade, and that these learners are most successful with hands-on learning rather than the worksheets or computer-based activities. So are you prepared to say that those younger students do not qualify as being most vulnerable, who require that face-to-face instruction? And on the same point, and I do appreciate the phased-in approach to get everyone back ideally in December, but phase 4, the plan states that assuming the community health levels stay the same or improve, the students that are academically at risk will be able to go to that 4-day in-class instruction. And are the lower elementary students, especially kindergarten, within this definition, given that, as you acknowledge, their young age renders them most at risk to fail in the virtual environment? My second point that I want to talk about was that screening process. I don't know if you recognize that on July 23rd, the CDC actually updated their guidelines for what schools should be doing for screening for COVID symptoms. And they've actually reduced it to just 5 symptoms, not the full list that had previously been put out in the plan. And are we going to then amend our plan to abide by the most current CDC K through 12 school screening limitations and consideration guidelines? They acknowledge the fact that most of the symptoms that were originally listed are very common. Students who are sick, this is straight from the CDC page. Students who are sick with contagious illness should not attend school, but most illnesses do not require the same level or length of isolation that COVID-19 does. Excluding students from school for longer than was called for in existing school policies, for example, fever-free without medication for 24 hours, based on COVID-19 symptoms alone, risks repeated long-term unnecessary student absence. So I don't agree with the idea that if someone just has a runny nose or they just have a cough, that means they're home for 10 days. And then if they happen to be within the 6 feet guidelines, but wearing a mask with a class, that whole class now has to be home for 10 days. And I feel like you've mentioned that you're going to update the plan based on new news and medical guidance, and the CDC has provided that. So are we going to adjust our guidance with the screening?
Kathy or Eileen, do you want to address that?
Hi, it's Eileen Gavin. So yes, there's been new CDC guidelines released, and the way we are under the Department of Education, Department of Health, and as we have said, as these trickle down through the state, we have to wait for it to come to the state, we will adjust accordingly. And I'm sorry, it broke up a little bit. I didn't hear the entire piece. I know you had asked about having one symptom, but that is what the Department of Education has put out in their guidelines. So we do have to follow that. We've reviewed it with our Department of Health, and that is what's being recommended. We will adjust if things change, but currently right now, that is what we're following. As far as wearing masks, close contact with a mask on or not a mask on, it's within 6 feet when you're doing contact tracing. So that again is according to the Department of Health, and we have to follow those guidelines pretty strictly. So even with a mask on, if you're within 6 feet and you spend more than 10 minutes with someone within 6 feet, it's not in passing, it's more 10 minutes for within 6 feet, you are considered a close contact, deemed a close contact, and you will have to quarantine. But then, and just correct me if I'm wrong, because you can flip to the virtual learning. So it's not as though you would be missing any school or marked absent. Did I answer all of the question? Because
Yes,
it was
thank you,
skipping
Eileen.
around a bit.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Pekas, do you want to step in on the lower elementary curricular question?
Sure. So yes, we acknowledge that early childhood students, primary grade students, learn best with face-to-face in-person instruction, hands-on activities. As previously mentioned, hands-on activities, even in person, will look different and are going to have to be modified because of restrictions to shared items, like stuff that's usually shared in centers. But that is why teachers will focus on asynchronous learning opportunities at the elementary level, where students will have hands-on work to do at home with the students, under the supervision and facilitation of the teachers and direction from their teacher.
Okay, next will be Lydia Losciavo.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. So I just wanted to say, first of all, to Mrs. Listella regarding YMCA Before Care, you had mentioned that registration will open up. I already registered in early July, so for 5 days a week. So I'm wondering, is that indicating that we need to register again? Because I was told we already had a spot available early on because we knew that there might be a limitation of how many people that are there. So I'd like to know if I need to re-register, if there's another registration process. Another thing is in regards to what Dr. George had said. I heard everything that he said, and quite honestly, I heard a lot of explanation as to why we don't know just yet, but it was a lot of filibustering because what we need to know is a specific date as to when parents will be notified as to whether there will be before and after care, because how can we respond how we would like to have the children attend school if we don't know if we have before and after care, because many of us, like the other parents were saying, have jobs. So we really do need to get an answer before August 4th, or you are going to have a lot of parents not answering. The other thing is, do we notify the school by a doctor letter if our children have bad seasonal allergies that will cause regular sneezing, coughing, or if they're going to, or are we going to be getting calls on a daily basis to pick up kids for these allergy symptoms? I'm sure people that have children with these allergy symptoms can easily provide a note from their doctor to head off some of these things. So I don't know how that's going to be handled. What will we have bus maids to ensure that some of the younger children, this doesn't even pertain to mine, but I'm concerned, what about some of the very young children that might be taking the bus? We're going to have the bus windows open, I understand, which is helpful for ventilation purposes, but if they're going to be sticking their heads out of the buses, that's not going to be safe either, and they're not going to be able to stay as distant as possible. What else was I going to ask? Oh, if a child, oh, that was answered. I was wondering, I don't know if we can use this because I know you have to use certain products, but Microban is something that kills germs for 24 hours, which would be helpful in the use of the schools in between classes when the middle and other schools are changing. Oh, and the other thing is the form that we have to fill out for the children on a daily basis. Can we fill that out the night before? Because some of us have multiple children and have to fill out a form for ourselves to go to work. So in the midst of getting ready for the morning routine, we don't want kids to be late for school and parents to be late for work. Can we fill that out after, say, a reasonable amount of time, maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9 p.m. By the time the kids go to sleep, the parents can fill that out so that it's not an additional time. Will assessments be in class or online?
Excuse me, Ms. Rogers, the time is up.
Okay, can I finish my sentence or?
I'm just going to defer to the board president. I'm just monitoring the time, ma'am.
Okay, I'll be very brief.
Okay.
Meetings.
I'm sorry, we have so many other people who want to talk. We're going to have to cut you off. You can always email us with any of your other questions. Can we answer some of Linda's questions?
I'll start. It's Stacy from the YMCA. Yes, if you've already registered, all I'm going to ask you to do is just email our office. Once you know what cohort you're in, you'll just email our YMCA office letting us know what cohort, so we'll know whether you're attending Monday, Tuesday, or you're attending the cohort B. So once you have that into us, then we will already have your spot for you. You're fine.
And Stacy, just to clarify where we are right now, we're looking at before and after care at the school on the days the students are in place in the school. What we are trying to do is to expand that, and we're working on potential ways that we can do that. But what we know that we are looking to provide right now is the before and after care on the days that the students are present at the school. And that's what you're registering them for, not for 5 days in place, correct?
It is just for the before and after care, not the full child care that we're talking about expanding spaces for. So it would just be for the before and after, which our numbers would be down because you have half the population. So once they register, they let us know what cohort and what days they're attending.
So I think that answers a couple questions there. Thank you very much.
Good, okay.
Mrs. Gallagher, do you want to, Mrs. Doherty, do you want to speak to the busing? There was busing and then there was also some cleaning in that.
Microban. Yeah.
Right, we don't use microban. You know, there's other solutions that we use, you know, that, you know, are approved to, you know, kill germs and to kill COVID-19. So microban is not one of them. If we want to talk about the buses, you know, there is a recommendation, yes, to have the windows open when possible. You know, the intention would be not to have the windows fully open. You know, again, this is going to have to be something we have to look at, you know, depending upon the age of the students riding the bus and, you know, whether that is something that can be done safely. We are not, there are bus aids on some of our special education runs, but we are not going to be placing aids on the regular education runs as of now, you know, for the district. It would just take up more space on the bus, honestly. You know, we're trying to minimize, you know, and maximize student capacity and minimize the adults on the bus. So all things that we're thinking about.
There was a question about filling out the screening form the night before. And we all know students, you know, our children have gone to bed and, you know, seem perfectly healthy. And then in the middle of the night, they get a stomach virus or they wake up in the morning and they're clammy with a fever. So I would think for the safety of all the other students, that it should be done in the morning. We realize it's going to take a couple of extra minutes every morning, but we do ask for the cooperation of our parents in taking it seriously and filling it out in the morning and taking the temperature of their students in the morning, because we know students' health and even our health changes over 12 hours. So that would be something that we are looking for.
I didn't mention it before, but because I'm thinking that everyone knows this, but perhaps they don't. Bus windows don't open all the way down. Mm-hmm. They only open, you know, from the top about halfway. So they do not go fully down. So that would not be something that, you know, we would be doing.
Okay, next question.
Okay, next is Michelle Pitzer.
Hello, I'm Michelle Pitzer. I live at 651 Monmouth Avenue in Port Monmouth. Good evening. First question, what metric is being used to determine the rate of community transmission? Is it positivity rate in our town for the previous week? And if it is positivity rate, what percentage are you considering safe? Is it under 5% positivity rate as recommended by the WHO? If you're not using positivity rate, what metric are you using and why? Second question, what is the minimum efficiency reporting value, the MERV, rating of the filters being used in our district HVAC systems? OSHA and the CDC recommend guidelines to filter COVID-19 at a minimum of rating 13 MERV and recommend MERV 14 when possible. Do all our schools filters meet this minimum recommendation? And if not, do the HVAC systems if not, the HVAC systems will only serve to spread the virus particles rather than trap them throughout the buildings. So please confirm that the filters meet this minimum rating for the safety of all in our buildings. Lastly, I'd like to state that in previous meetings, I have repeatedly and strongly suggested that you reconsider the closing of Port Monmouth School. Since now more than ever, we need that space to maintain proper social distancing. So I'd like to point that out once more. And I would like to just bring to your attention how this is affecting the children who are now having to be transferred from Port Monmouth School into New Monmouth School. And under these circumstances, you can't imagine the stress that this is causing and how this has doubled that stress. So that's all I have to say. Good evening.
I guess I will address the measure of transition in the community and in the school. That is not something that the school does. We do consult with our local health department. We did have a meeting this week. Yeah, I think it might have been last week with our health department as well as the epidemiologist from the county health department. And they are guiding us. We are not tracking, community or school, transmission rates. We are reporting to the, we have an open line of communication between our local health department. We're reporting things that we find out, they're reporting things that they find out, but we are taking our guidance from them. We are not, we're educators. We're not in the field of determining transition rates. We're just taking data and sharing it and, back and forth with the county and the state. Walter, can you answer the question about the filters in the HVAC system?
I don't think, Mary Ellen, I don't think he's still on the call. I don't know offhand what the MERV ratings are for the filters in our HVAC system. Something, somebody wants to ask that specifically, that we'll have to, we'll have to confirm.
Okay, so I can email Walter and ask him for Mrs.
No,
Pitzer.
Mrs. Rogers, I'll take care of that.
Okay, all right, thanks, Amy.
But wait, sorry, I have a question. Would it be possible for someone to respond about Port Monmouth? Because it is something that's been coming up. So I think it's fair to reply the best that someone can to that.
As to whether or not we've considered reopening Port Monmouth, no, the administration and the has not considered reopening Port Monmouth as an elementary school. We are looking at possible uses for the facility. It's too early really at this time to talk about realistically what that could be, but we are considering the uses of the facility and how they could support the district this time.
Chris, can we have our next speaker?
Yes, next is Rachel Kanapka.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Rachel.
Good. Okay. Rachel Kanapka, Blue Jay Court, Middletown. I first just wanted to say thank you to everybody who had been working on this plan. I think you guys are, shooting an arrow at a moving target blindfolded. And I know we're all very anxious and overwhelmed and frustrated with the situation we all find ourselves in. And I think there needs to be some recognition that the circumstances of this pandemic are out of our control. They're out of your control. They're out of the state's control. And we're all just kind of doing our best. And I encourage everybody parents, administrators, teachers, et cetera, to just realize we're all in this together. And while obviously I think everybody wants us to get back to normal, quote unquote normal, the pre-COVID normal, as quickly as we can, we need to be able to do it safely so that we're responsible to keep our teachers safe, to keep our kids safe, to keep the staff safe. Just because we want this thing over doesn't make it over. And I realize, believe me, I want my kids back more than anything. And I think this pandemic has opened my eyes, honestly, to how valuable our school system is to every one of our kids as they grow up, and what a partnership we have with our school system as we raise our kids. So hopefully that will be the silver lining in all this, is once we do get back to quote unquote normal, we all really, really appreciate it. A lot of my questions were actually answered. I just had a couple of more is related to some of the quarantining requirements when we do go back to hybrid. Mrs. Walker, you answered a lot of my questions about if kids in the same classroom would be quarantined automatically, but it sounds like only if they're within 6 feet. So that's helpful to know. I'm wondering about siblings. My assumption would be if one student tests positive and they have a sibling in the same school or another school, they would automatically put on quarantine as well. But I just wanted to confirm that, especially knowing that it seems like certain age groups are more susceptible to transmission than others. For example, if it's spreading through the high schools, I think as a parent, I would want reassurance that siblings of the high schoolers who may test positive would also not be in the system. I also am curious what happens if the school screens a child when they come in and they have COVID-like symptoms and they get sent home, but then the child is never actually tested for COVID, so that there's kind of an unknown as to if they actually had it and may have transmitted it on to some of their classmates. I'm just wondering how that's going to be dealt with. And my last question is, I just want to be absolutely sure. I realize that if as a parent we choose the all virtual option, there are certain windows where we might be able to have our child jump to the hybrid or in school model, depending on other conditions. But I wanted to absolutely confirm that if I choose hybrid for my student for the beginning of school, that I have the option any day at any time to flip the switch and send my kid full virtual. I don't have to wait for it to be decided by the school or decided by the state that they need to move virtual. That's it. Thank you.
So I'll answer the last one first. I'll jump in. Yes, you have the opportunity to switch to virtual at any time. We understand that conditions can change in the households. We understand that we could have the best plan possible as a district. And, we are certainly working to get all our students back as soon as possible when health conditions allow. However, if the community does not do their part and our parents do not make responsible decisions and students are being sent in, sick, we understand that that's going to put other families and their children at risk. And there's going to be, opportunity or instances of quarantining, and that may become very disruptive for other families to be constantly put out for quarantine. So, we recognize that parents may opt to say, you know what, it's more consistent for my student at this point to be virtual. So yes, we are allowing for that.
As far as if a sibling tests positive, the health department will contact them and that whole family has to be quarantined. It's not just that student, the whole family is quarantined. So that student's siblings are not going to be in the school at that time. And so that's actually a protocol from the health department. I'm going to let Eileen answer what happens when a student, screens with a symptom and but doesn't get tested, because it's still a little confusing to me. We have a whole big flow chart, and unless I have it in front of me, I'm not sure, because you can go different methods. And so Eileen, you fill us in.
Okay, Kathy and I were playing tag. Kathy was up, but so if someone screens positive and has symptoms and the parent chooses not to have the child tested, and there's not an alternative diagnosis, they still have to isolate for 10 days and be fever-free for 24 hours the last 10 days, and then they can return to school. There is a lag in testing, so some people are choosing the time-based return protocol, and that's what this is currently. And again, I have to say these guidelines change day by day, so we will follow whatever the recommendations are of the health department. But that currently is what's going on. If a child has a symptom and is sent home, and say they have an ear infection, and that's what's the reason why they have the fever, they have to stay home for 24 hours, no fever, and they have to have proof of an alternative diagnosis. from a doctor. Hope that
Can I
answers
jump
your
in and just say, she had also asked about what about those classmates if that child doesn't get tested? And that's where that close contact is really important too, because when someone is symptomatic, we're going to treat that like COVID-like symptoms. And if that person has been, a close contact, then they're going to also have to quarantine, go home and quarantine. So it's really, really important that we emphasize the social distancing and the face coverings in school, because it will help to decrease the chance that your child will get quarantined.
And also it's important when in doubt, and I know it's difficult with working parents, but reach out to your school nurse and, have a conversation with them. But if there's a question, keep them home and call the school nurse is probably the best choice that you can make.
Okay, next is Melissa Wendling.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you? I just have a few questions, actually. My name's Melissa. I'm at 5 Kevin Place in Middletown. I was just wondering how many children will be in each class. My daughter is a 5th grader going into 6th grade, so she has a lot of changes coming ahead of her. And our last name starts with W, so I can't imagine that there's a lot of W's versus A's or B's or C's. So I was just wondering how many children will be in each class. I also have a concern about the social distancing. You said multiple times that you can't guarantee it, and then you can guarantee it, and then you can't. A lot of it's going to depend on our children walking through the hallways, them knowing to, try to stay 6 feet apart or any, but it's not guaranteed, which concerns me. It also concerns me, the teacher with the children on the Monday and Tuesdays are with the same teachers with them on Thursday and Friday. So it compromises the students and the teacher, I feel. So I'm a little concerned about that. And when the first group is in session on Monday and Tuesday, how will this second group be taught the lesson? Teachers are wonderful at their jobs, but I would imagine that it would be difficult to teach a class and have the other class on hybrid or on the computers. I feel the virtual class is going to be behind the children that are in person in class. Do you have a sign-on time that they all have to be on together, or are they separately? And I actually used to be a sub-paraprofessional, and we were never allowed to have the students in the room or the students touch like a Clorox wipe or anything. So I'm a little concerned with the rules that I was taught versus, actually having my child touch a Clorox wipe that's, has bleach on it, and then, can't wash their hands. And, that's a little concerning to me because they weren't able to touch it before or be in the room actually when it was going on. And the other thing is that after their 4 hours, their half a day, do they come home in the afternoon and still continue to have a continued class? Like, do they still have to sign on and have a class? And the only other thing I have about the sanitizing is that I have done some research.
Rogers, time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll address some of the questions about instruction.
Thank you, Kim.
So on virtual days, or if a student is fully virtual, our model of instruction is very much consistent in that there is a direct instruction piece where the teacher is introducing a skill, modeling a skill, talking, lecturing about a topic, and then students break off into independent practice, communication with a peer, or reading to themselves and applying a skill. If it's a reading lesson, if it's math, they're practicing the skill independently. So there will be opportunity for all students to participate in direct instruction in real time. That is the simulcasting or the webcasting of direct instruction. So no one will be behind or ahead of each other when it comes to direct instruction, because they'll all be participating in that throughout the length of the period or the class. At the end of the school day, when students go home, there will be a lot of work that will be assigned for them to do independently. That's the asynchronous learning activities. But as we've mentioned before, there will be time in the afternoon for teachers to schedule small group instruction, one-on-one, participate and be available to students for advisory at the middle school and high school levels, as well as schedule win time with students at the elementary level.
As for how many students are in a class, until we find out how many students are going to opt for full virtual, we really can't say. But if everybody opted to do hybrid, the classes would be half the size as they normally are. So, I mean, I guess that's all we can say at this point. We do know that there are many people interested in full virtual. We don't know the percentage. That's something that we'll find out within the next week or so. And Amy, there were some questions about sanitizing. I'm not sure if you know the answer to that.
Well, as we were discussing earlier, we're making wipes available in the middle and high school classrooms, just to give an opportunity for students to clean their desk before, they sit down, if they're changing classes. Again, this would be something that would be done, at the student's will. I mean, the teacher will encourage them to do it, but if there's a reason that they cannot do it, or, a concern about, using a wipe, that's going to have to be something that's going to be handled on an individual basis. I mean, I don't know what other way we could address that. We will have other cleaning mechanisms in the room. And, if there are certain students who, need to be accommodated, we'll have to, the building will have to come up with a way to accommodate that.
And as far as teachers teaching 2 cohorts, yes, that is true. The teachers will be teaching half their class on, Monday, Tuesday, the other class half on Thursday, Friday. But that is why wearing masks and social distancing is really important. And, we will follow those, as much as possible, those guidelines. That was all the questions, I think.
Okay, thank
next, you. Next is Vera Piasecki.
Hi. Just real quick for parents with kids that have in-class resource or resource room that are following kind of the gen ed schedule. I think it's a little confusing right now for us to understand. I know you guys are getting your arms around it. Who would be contacting me? Is that a CST or do I reach out? Also, I think it would be helpful for people to understand if we could see some sample schedules. What would an elementary schedule look like that, including virtual afterwards, and, and maybe it's just a week. And I would say that would be helpful for all of us at this point. And the other question is, have the unions spoken to you about this plan, and are they okay with it? And then my last point is, I know there's a lot going on, so I understand, but I think it's very unusual that we were allowed no public comment before voting. So, generally calendars and things like that are hot topics, and the public was not allowed to comment on the working or the voting items. So I understand a lot was going on, but I think we kind of missed a step in protocol there. Thank you.
So in terms of, and Dr. Tiedemann, if you want to also jump in terms of the ICR and resource room schedules, yes, The schools will be reaching out to students and parents regarding the ability to add in additional in-person instruction if it's needed. I don't know if there's anything else you want to speak to that, Dr. Tiedemann.
Yeah, the case managers, feel free parents to reach out to the case managers. They're not all working this summer, but there are a lot of case managers available this summer and they're happy to help even if they're not in your school or your grade level. So please feel free to reach out. Once the school year is underway, your case managers will be available to talk about what services your child needs and whether or not they would need and whether we would have the availability for the extra day or so of instruction.
And I'll just add, in terms of sample schedules, we agree it would be ideal. We're working on getting them out. We had to get a plan in place first, and this is all an evolving situation. We're working as quickly as we can through our subcommittees and our principal meetings and our curriculum department meetings.
Okay. Next.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the protocols real quick. What we try to do is maximize the opportunity for public comment. We had agenda items that we had to take action on so we could move forward with the plan. And so we needed to cover that as per the, those action items, but we wanted to maximize the time for public comment.
Okay, next is Ray Jankowski.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we have you.
Hi, Ray Jankowski, 7 Hopi Drive, Middletown, New Jersey. I just had 3 questions. One, is there a plan to have in-person Board of Ed meetings? We're asking teachers to go back to schools and be in person. I think it's a little hypocritical if there's not Board of Ed meetings in person. So that's the first question. The second one is bridging the digital divide. Did we request or get any funds from the CARES Act or the NJEDA grants from the state? And the last one, I noted that there was SMART goals mentioned. It was either page 89 or 90 for the students. And I found that none of the items within a 100-page appendix were SMART. So there was no measurements and they weren't time bound. So it's hard to hold people accountable. So I wanted to know if any of those actions would be made SMART. And those are my questions. I'm in my 3 minutes.
Well, I can answer the question on the funding. I think I mentioned earlier in our meeting that we will be applying for funding, and so we don't know what we will be receiving so far, but it's certainly something we're pursuing.
And the 104-page plan is the plan at this point, and that's where we are as we talked about through the work of 150 community and staff members. And the third question, there was a third question.
In-person board meetings, we haven't discussed it yet.
Yeah, no, that's a decision of the board, but I do want to add this, that at one point at this meeting, there were 400 people. So the transparency level of this meeting would be hard to replicate in person with social distancing guidelines. That's something I think the board should consider. And thank you for giving me that prompt on the third one. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Madam President.
The virtual meetings have been very well attended, which is really nice. Yeah, we couldn't achieve that social distancing anywhere that I can think of.
Maybe there's an option for us as a board to meet and the public could still virtual, because we really should be meeting in person. We can social distance easily with 13 of us.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, we can talk about it. Okay, who's next?
Next is Sue de Blasio.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking all of the public comments. I know it's very late and you're all exhausted, but I appreciate you listening to our questions and answering them. I just have a few quick questions. The first one is, there's been so much focus on all of the different elements that had to be put into place to allow our kids to go back to in-person instruction. But I really just want to get people to focus on what we're trying to do for our children, and that is educate them in the best way that we can. So I want everyone to just remember that the focus here is being optimistic, taking the precautions, and understanding that if we can get our kids back to in-person instruction as many days as possible, keeping in mind scientific data, the CDC guidelines, you know, that the child transmission rates and the number of cases amongst children and all of those different things. I just want to keep our focus on trying to get these kids back in person, because as we know from the most recent CDC guidelines, there are so many reasons that the kids need this. That being said, I just want to talk about when the kids are not in school for in-person, like both of my daughters will go in person on Mondays and Tuesdays. So on Thursdays and Fridays, I'm thrilled to hear that there will be live streaming of direct instruction. I understand it might be an on and off type of thing, but I'm thrilled to hear that there's going to be direct live streaming instruction. So thank you so much for that. Before, the nurse was referencing some sort of guidelines regarding if you demonstrated a COVID symptom and how they'd have to handle each of those scenarios. Is there any way that you can share either the link that, you know, the nurses have to go by, share that with the parents, or tell us the website where we can just become familiar with what all those scenarios are? Because I just think it would be helpful, especially to alleviate, you know, any confusion and people calling and asking the nurse 100 questions every morning if they have an issue. If you determine after you do a survey that there are many families that feel more comfortable doing full-time virtual, could you please consider incorporating more in school days for those families that would like to send their kids in person more days? So rather than just a Monday and Tuesday, could my daughters go on a Thursday? Because the numbers permit that. Okay, so I just want to throw that out. And also with respect to the different phases, if, you know, the community health conditions improve and they remain stable, and with all the protections that you're putting in place, I think I was happy to see the phases, but I was disappointed to see that for purposes of my daughters going to school more days, it really wouldn't happen the earliest till December. And let's be realistic, it's December 14th. It's 1 week before the Christmas break. It's not even realistic. I know exactly what will happen. We will get a letter that say, well, we're just going to hold off and we're going to reevaluate after the first of the year. So then the earliest that you would consider. Okay, my time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just finish your thought there? What you're saying about.
So then the earliest realistically would be January 11th. And I just wanted to say, could you consider maybe if conditions are such that they are stable, that you might consider it much earlier, say even October. You know, I want to remain optimistic that it's something that we could move towards without putting it off so long. That's all. So
Okay,
if you would just
okay.
please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to the phases and.
Yes, so Mrs. Walker has mentioned several times that we are consulting with the Department of Health, with our district physician, and with the county epidemiologist. They have advised us that there is a certain period of time you need to collect and analyze your local health data, you know, your community transmission rates in order to make those decisions. We built in additional time. It's fluid, it's flexible. That's why we've announced those dates as anticipated and estimated. They could be moved up, they could be delayed depending on the data that we receive from the township and the county and the state as well. In terms of getting more students in, yeah, I mean, the good part of this plan is that it does allow for flexibility in that we know how many students we can accommodate. and maintain social distancing parameters. We have, if we get a response within the next week that 65, 70% of parents, are going to go virtual, and we know that we have seats in classrooms that can accommodate students. We discussed earlier that our first priority is going to be on our special education students, ICR, resource room, ESL, academically at risk, our tiered intervention students, to expand their days, but then we would be looking to include other students as well.
We did review that at our last principals meeting, as you said, where, anywhere where the numbers permit expansion to multiple days, we are looking to do that.
And Eileen, you can jump in if I'm saying something wrong, but as we get closer to school, we can provide the guidelines that we followed. It would be too premature to do it right now because things are changing every day. We've created different charts over the last couple of weeks because things have changed a lot. So, as we get closer to school and, we get the most current information at that time, we certainly can share it. And, but it has to, everyone has to realize that it probably is fluid as, things change in terms of the, what we're hearing from the CDC or the Department of Health.
Ms. Walker,
Yeah.
I just want to add that we have our virtual health office on the website, and we do have some resources on there, but so we can post what is current right now, and we'll change it as it goes along. So anyone can access our virtual health office on the website.
Okay. Great, thanks. I think that was all those questions.
Okay, next is Lori Stiga.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I can tell obviously that the board and administration has put a lot of work into the plan. I just want to start by reading a quote that Governor Murphy said today. We must acknowledge that every education expert we've spoken to over the past few months have confirmed that in-person education is critical and that remote learning is only an acceptable substitute when absolutely necessary. I just want to stress that because I'm going to start with the calendar. I was really disappointed when I did see the calendar for the first time. I don't really think that this calendar was really in consideration of what's best for the students. I think that we have to maximize in class being safe. Okay, so with that being said, I don't know why students are starting September 14th. All the things that were said that are going to take place at those meetings, the reentry meetings, teachers do this. Teachers will do this when the kids go to school. I know I'm a teacher. I work for a local school system. This is something that the teachers will do. There's no reason why we should be starting as late as September 14th. Also, the other thing I want to mention with the calendar was I'm not really sure why we're taking these extra days after Thanksgiving and after Christmas break. I do appreciate that Dr. George wrote me back with I did have a question about this. And I did also speak to a board member, and they mentioned something about building extra days because of transmission during the holidays. I just think that that's really making a big assumption. I think that many of us will be social distancing during the holidays. I wouldn't assume that all of us are going to be traveling during the holidays. So, I really would hope that that's something that can be reconsidered. Again, I think that that's not really prioritizing in-person instruction. Also, my question is, what is happening on the Wednesdays? Are teachers going to be in school on the Wednesdays? Are teachers going to be doing virtual from home on the Wednesdays? Because why can't the Wednesdays be alternated with the A-B schedule? Okay, so, if you're doing that for safety and for social distancing, I don't really get why on the Wednesday, one week we would have A, and on the next week we would have B. So that kids can go 3 days a week, and then 2 days a week, and then 3 days a week, just to add an extra in day. Also, something that was mentioned to me, that the reason why that Wednesday was there, it was for deep cleaning. But, I'm really disappointed with this plan for the middle school students. You encouraging them to use a wipe, like that's not really going to be deep cleaning, so is that really the answer here, that Wednesday we can't have in-class instruction because of deep cleaning?
Excuse me, Mary, your time is up. Thank you.
That doesn't seem to. Yeah, so I just want to say, I would like you just to consider, the different things.
Do you want to allow the speaker to continue, or did you want to move on to the next speaker?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mrs. Stiga, your time's up. Can we answer some of Mrs. Stiga's questions for her?
Yeah, Kim, do you want to start with the Wednesday schedule? Certainly I could start and you could jump in. The Wednesday schedule is for individual and small group instruction for teachers. The expectation is that where possible, when appropriate, teachers will be in the building. There also is going to be related services offered on that Wednesday for students as well. I don't know, Ms. Pekas, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the majority of it. It's additional time for students who need that. We've mentioned that schools will be reaching out to parents for students who need that additional time, that additional in-person instruction. But all students will be participating in remote instruction. Just we've described in previous responses, there will still be direct instruction from the teacher in form of mini lessons and modeling happening with all students as well.
Okay, next we have Sandy. Don't have a last name right now.
Hi, how are you? I'm Sandy Hines, 25 Coronet Avenue in Lincroft.
Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their time and everything that you have been doing. And again, I know I mentioned this last time. Just want to remind everybody that you guys volunteer. So, it is very much appreciated. So just two quick things. First of all, if you decide to do virtual and then you go into hybrid, what would happen with the bus situation? Will you still have busing available for your children? And the second thing is with the middle school, my son is choosing to do band. So how is that going to affect him? Because I know that band would be an everyday thing for him. Is that something that's going to be virtual? So, and that's it for me. So thank you very much again. I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
So I'll take the question. I'll start. I don't know if Mr. Graziano is still on the call. I know it's getting very late. But middle school students will be following their regular schedule. So if band is in their schedule, they will have live and in-person instruction as per their schedule. And then it'll also be, they'll participate virtually on their virtual days.
Yes, Mrs. Pekas, I am here.
There you go. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, you are correct. As we have been discussing in our meetings, we are trying to keep it as much as virtual as possible. Students will have in contact in the middle school in regard to that. And of course, everything is subject to change based on circumstances, but that is what we're looking to do.
Yep. So that when they're in school, they'll have their in-person instruction. On their virtual days, they'll participate virtually, just like any other course. And in terms of if they start with virtual and then go to an in-class model, Mrs. Doherty, correct me if I'm wrong, but students are being scheduled for their normal routes. So if you start virtual and then you go to in-person later in the phases, you'll just join your what would have been your existing route.
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Rogers, just to, I guess, manage expectations, if I recall correctly, when the board, by way of consensus, agreed to modify and extend the 30-minute limitation on public comment, the board also, by consensus, agreed to adjourn the meeting at midnight. I'm just pointing out it's 11:30 p.m. now, so just pointing out the time for you, that's all.
I don't remember discussing a time.
We are only sunshine till midnight. Is that what you're talking about, Lester? Yeah, we are only sunshine till midnight.
We can't extend it to let them finish speaking at least? They've been
Wait,
waiting,
is,
these people.
is there any way to just say whoever's in line now to cut it off at that point, not have new people come on or have people speak twice, but extend it past the midnight as long as we get everyone in?
How many do we have, Chris?
At this time, we currently have 15 people waiting.
Oh, before a few minutes ago, there were 8.
So that's going to be another 45 minutes. That'll take us a little after 12. I'll make a motion to extend till 12:15 p.m.
I second it.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, who's next?
Next is Allison Quinn. It looks like Allison's using an older version of the platform. So, hold on one second. We can still bring her in. Hold on one moment.
Am I available now?
Yes. Hello, Allison.
Hi, Allison Quinn. I live on Townsend Drive and I'm a parent of an entering first grader at Nutswamp. Again, thank you for your hard work. It's a very comprehensive plan, so I know a lot has gone into it. I just had a couple of questions regarding the virtual platform for our younger students in mind. I myself am a teacher and I know that I'm going to be probably in person 5 days a week. Knowing that my husband, who is working from home, will have to run a first grader virtually, I would imagine that K-3 needs a lot of technology help. So I'm wondering if there's any, are they going to be recording these lessons? Do they have to be on at a set time? Also for younger students to be tied to a screen from 9 to 1 may be difficult. So I was just wondering if you could speak to the virtual aspect for our younger students.
So they won't be tied to the screen for the a continuous 4-hour loop. As we've discussed, throughout the evening, they will be participating in direct live instruction at the beginning of lessons, shared reading, reading, writing workshop, mini lessons, math, direct instruction. Perhaps the teacher will be modeling a science lab for students. So there will be times when there will be webcasting or simulcasting of direct instruction from the classroom. At other times, and it'll be more frequent, that students in the primary grades will be participating in those asynchronous learning activities, where they'll be working independently as they would in the classroom, normally as well, on tasks and skills to develop their working knowledge and their capacities.
Okay. Next will be Heather Seifert.
Hi, this is Heather Safford, and I'm at 203 Monmouth Avenue. I'm a co-leader of MTFODL, which serves as the CPEG for the district. I too appreciate your efforts and time tonight, and also want to express appreciation for your and the community's overall support for prioritizing the needs of special ed students and other students who are at risk. So I think, as you've heard tonight, a lot of parents are trying to develop a clear vision as to what the educational experience is going to be, whether they choose virtual or whether they choose the hybrid options, and what the risks might be and how those are going to be minimized. And any additional information and details that you could provide on that, I think would be greatly appreciated before August 4th. And this is especially true, I think, for the special ed population, where a lot of teaching is more hands-on and it's more one-on-one interactive. And I think parents want a better understanding of how this is going to get delivered with social distancing or, in the virtual platform. And I mean, we know last spring, some of the supports had to be reduced, and we're wondering how that's going to be handled, and what the supports are going to be, whether you go with either option. And also, there's a lot of confusion, I think, too, as previously mentioned, with the special ed kids who are in general education, as to how Wednesday is going to work, when parents are going to find out how many hours they're going to be in for Wednesday. Is childcare going to be provided for part of that time if it's only an hour, or, you know, trying to figure out scheduling. It was mentioned that special ed students might be balanced out among the cohorts. So, you know, when are parents going to be notified, you know, which one they are in, or if they're not by their last name, so they can, you know, kind of figure out child care and work schedules. And then the other kind of concern is how is the district providing consistency in instruction and services throughout the district when a lot of the planning is occurring on the individual school level? And how is that going to be handled? And is the district looking into additional health protection measures like UV lights, HEPA filters, that sort of thing? So there's lots of questions. These are just a few of them. And maybe we can follow up with you more on some of these to try to get parents more answers. And thank you again.
Thanks, Heather. Do we have any answers on the UV lights and the HEPA filters, or do we have to wait for Walter for that one? Maybe we could add Heather to the list of people we email back about the HEPA filters and the UV
Yeah,
lights.
we do have some of both, and we are, you know, deploying them, but, you know, I can give you specifics.
Okay. And the Wednesday with the child care, how that's going to work?
Actually,
Well, I
right,
think,
Michelle, go ahead, Doug.
Go ahead, Ms. Walker. Go
I was
ahead.
just going to say that's, you know, we actually had a meeting today with the YMCA. You know, we're working with them a lot to try to get our before and after care, and like Dr. George was saying, a possible other program for when students are on virtual, which would be including in a Wednesday. So we don't have those answers yet. You know, we're working on them. That's all I can say. We're working on them. I can also answer the sports. You know, there is, we're following the NJSIAA phase-in protocols. And they are on, they're all on the very end of that plan. That's what Mr. Carroll went over. So you can look at them. I don't know them offhand. I know we're in phase 1, which is pretty much just conditioning. But, you know, when school starts, you can choose virtual or you can choose hybrid, and you can still play in sports. Just choosing virtual will not eliminate you from playing in sports.
Okay, next is Stacy Jones.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for all of your hard work on this plan. I do have a few questions. First of all, I see that for people who choose virtual, you have marking 3 different stages listed as entry points, one being stage 5, expected around November 16th, which is basically right after the end of the first marking period, one after stage 6, and then one at the end of marking period 2. However, it was noted both in the documentation and in the conversation about it that the dates are fluid, and it depends on, it could be earlier or later due to the health data. So my question is there a way to specify more specifically that you may incorporate more students that choose virtual at the end of marking period 1, so that parents know at the end of the first marking period or the end of the second marking period, they can opt to switch in if they choose the virtual model? Secondarily, in terms of masks, I spoke at the last board meeting before this plan was put together. As I said, I have a public health background, and masks being mandatory is a minimum requirement in terms of safety in an indoor setting in this condition. I'm concerned there's real inconsistency in your write-up about what your requirement is. So Ms. Walker said earlier, it's our expectation masks are going to be worn all the time in the building. But on page 10, your document says When social distancing is difficult or impossible, face coverings will be required for students. And then goes on to say in number 3 on the same page, in a classroom setting where social distancing can take place or physical barriers are in place, face coverings can be removed while students are seated at their desk. That's page 10 of what you presented tonight. But then on page 43, you say, students must wear face coverings at all times. And then you go on to say mask breaks will be provided periodically by teachers where social distancing is in place. And then on page 61, you say students must wear face coverings at all times. So you're asking parents to make a decision by August 4th for in-person and virtual. From a public health standpoint, masks being mandatory indoors by the students and staff at all times as mandatory is a minimum requirement, but your document's inconsistent, and that needs to be corrected before you can vote on this or ask any parent to make a decision. It needs to be clear. If it's mandatory, it's mandatory. Then the third thing is the wipes in the middle school between classes. So basically my child's gonna have to go into their second block period, take a chemical wipe down their desk to wipe off the germs of the last child that was in the building. I wanna understand, then they're gonna sit at their desk for what, a 40-minute block without a chance to wash their hands. So they've touched someone else's germs and a chemical wipe in that time.
Ms. Rogers, I'm sorry, ma'am. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
That's okay. I had one last question, but thank you.
Thank you.
I'll start with the entry points. So because the plan is contingent on local health conditions and social distancing measures and requirements at the time, that's why it's linked to a phase, not a specific, in the early stages, in the beginning of the year where we're expecting to be moving through our phases. That's why it's linked to a phase, not a specific time date.
As far as the masks, thank you for pointing that out. As you know, we had to put this plan together in less than 4 weeks. We had 150, community members working on it. It is a large document, and one of the very last changes we made last night, Mrs. Gallagher, Mrs. Pickus, we were working on it together, and we had spoken earlier in the day, with the committees, and we made the change to require masks all the time. There was not, originally it was going to be only when social distancing was not possible. So we obviously missed a couple of spots where it was listed. So we will go back and we will correct that. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Nicole Lepusnik.
Hi there. I want to thank all of you for all your hard work and time in putting this plan together. I just have 2 questions. If a student or a staff member becomes positive for COVID, is the whole school notified that someone in the school has COVID, or just the cohort that that student is in or that teacher may have had contact with? That's my first question. My second question is, so I saw the different phases that a virtual learner can enter into face-to-face, and phase 6, it specifies, I think that date was December, and I know that you said that, the dates are fluid, but is there an option for a remote learner to go face-to-face in the spring instead of just from December? I mean, that seems like that was the latest phase that you can transition from virtual to face-to-face. Is that the case, or is there an option for us to switch over in the spring to face-to-face?
So I'll answer that last question. There is in the plan, if you read through the last date, it is phase 5, phase 6, and then you might have missed it, but it's also the end of the second marking period. So at the midway point of the school year, there is an opportunity to re-enter in-person instruction.
I will answer the question on the notifications. We do have to follow privacy, FERPA privacy rights, and HIPAA rights of staff. So we would notify anyone who was a close contact or anybody that was suspected of being a close contact. We would question them, and give them information that they may have been in contact with, a close contact with someone, and through a discussion with those people. This is how the contact tracing, I'm sorry, it's late and my tongue isn't working right. Contact tracing works. They contact anyone who is possibly a close contact as identified by the person who tested positive. And so those people are notified, not of the person necessarily, but just that they may have been a close contact. We can say the name if the person agrees to it. But the rest, if you are not a close contact or you're not under investigation to be a close contact, you would not be notified. And that is just the privacy rules that we have to follow.
Okay, next is Denise. Don't have a last name yet.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, Denise. Would you mind if we had your last name, please?
LaMonica.
Thank you.
So my question is regarding the children. This is one of the questions that was asked on the survey, is how well you felt that your child's transition to the virtual learning. And I actually have twins that go to Nut Swamp, and I feel that neither one of them transitioned well to virtual learning. So I have to believe that there are others in this case as well. So what is being done? Is there a plan in place for the parents who responded that their children did not transition to virtual learning? My other question is that there was mention that if a child needs to be picked up from school, that it has to be done within a 30-minute time. I can tell you that I am a frontline worker, and I wouldn't be able to drop what I'm doing and be at Nut Swamp within 30 minutes. So I'm wondering if there are some provisions in place. I know in the past when it wasn't COVID, pre-COVID, when I said, if my child was sick and I wasn't able to get to the school in time, I was threatened with child services being called on me. So I think there has to be some consideration to parents who are working with a reasonable time frame, that if their child does need to be picked up, that 30 minutes might not be appropriate.
Okay, I guess I will answer the 30 minutes. We are requesting that you add some emergency contacts. Our parents should all have 3 emergency contacts to call. And, one of them should be close by at least so that they could come. We want to remove the person, whether it's a staff member or a student, from the building that has symptoms as soon as possible to prevent the spread from other students. That's the only reason that we're asking them to come within 30 minutes. And we're asking that you have the emergency contact that could do that for you if you weren't available.
And in terms of the transitioning to virtual, that was, I know there was a question earlier, why did we schedule or prioritize reentry meetings and delay the start of the school year? Just to clarify, our students are still receiving 180 days of instruction. That is exclusive of that week of reentry meetings. So that is in addition to all those reentry meetings and time with the teachers. And those meetings are precisely where the teachers will be able to identify those kinds of concerns and why a child struggled to transition to virtual, and so that they can work with the parents and the students to resolve those issues and make sure that their experience in the fall is more successful and positive.
And the first week is professional development. For part of the professional development that's going to be offered along with SLE will be that virtual environment and pedagogy and instruction in the remote setting.
I just want to add something. We're not really going to call child services on 30 minutes, are we? I mean, there's chances when your people on your emergency list that particular day are off doing something else.
no one would be, it would not be my recommendation to do that. And I don't know the circumstances that the last, person spoke about. So I really can't comment on that. But the idea is just to have the student or the staff member leave as soon as possible, because we do have to have another staff member stay with that student, which the longer, like when you're talking about the spread of the disease, that's why close contacts are considered within 6 feet for 10 minutes. Time with the person is a critical factor. So that's why we want to have that person, leave the building as soon as possible. There may be other students in the isolation room too. And even though they have, one person might be in there with symptoms and actually be testing positive, where the other person has symptoms and is not positive and could actually get sick from that person. So we do want them out of the building as soon as possible. So we do ask for parents to put emergency contacts that can quickly come and pick up a child.
Okay, next is Josephine. Don't have a last name yet.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Josephine. Would you mind if we had your last name, please?
Sure, it's Josephine Gutadoro. I'm at 4 Dickinson Court. I actually live in Shadow Lake. I don't have any children in the school system, but all 3 of my kids went through. And I've been in the area for over 25 years in Nutswamp, and South and all of that. I want to add, I'm echoing what other, people have stated, that I'm really concerned for the mental wellness of the students with the virtual versus the in-person and the truncated, tracks that you're offering. And I'm wondering, and I know you did your due diligence, and and I commend the staff and the team to, all the work that you've done, but there has to be another model that could be implemented that is a 3-day or a 4-day week, because you need the kids engaged. I'm coming from a different perspective because I have no kids in the school system, but I'm speaking on the middle school kids and the high school kids. They have a lot of time in their hands. And when they have a lot of time in their hands and the parents are working, it's a very dangerous situation. I'm going to speak on the pandemic within the pandemic, which is the drug and alcohol use. Overdoses have gone up 20% in the last 3 months. I know of 2 ODs and 1 suicide in the last 3 months. So that's another thing that we have to be aware of, which we're concentrating on COVID, which is rightly so, but we can't dismiss everything else, including the addiction issues that we have, especially in Middletown, which have been very, very high in recent years. So that's my statement, and that's my perspective, that you need to really reconsider another plan to have more hours in the building, because kids are kids. And if they have more time, it's a dangerous situation, especially the high school and middle kids.
Okay. Do we want to move on to a next, or speak to the phases of how we plan to get the kids in for more hours and more live instruction if we can, if the CDC guidelines allow?
Yeah, I think you just wrapped that up. We've described that a couple
Right,
times.
we said that already.
That's
Okay.
our goal. Yep.
And
Okay.
also the student
All right,
assistant
who's next?
counselors addressing, risky behavior and drug-related behavior as well.
Yes,
And
of course.
also the steps that we're doing on the social emotional, and that's going to be part of the training in that phase 1 as well. No question, the social emotional aspects really have to be, a focus for us as a school district. With a significant number of counselors that we have, that is a focus.
And we have our SACs and some SPSSs and counselors have put up an SEL page this summer for students with activities, resources. It's a really good It's a really good resource, the whole page, for anyone to go to. Not even if you're not having an issue. I mean, they have yoga videos. It's great. It's Mr. Anella, if you're still here, maybe you can talk about it because I know you were instrumental in helping them develop this. Looks like you might have stepped away. Oh, there he is.
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah. So
Oh, we can't hear you. Are you muted? No, you're not muted. Oh, your sound went out. Oh, sorry. All right. Maybe later on, if there's time, and you can get back on. Okay. All right. We should move on.
Okay, next is Ellen Vellinati.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Ellen.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for taking my questions. I appreciate everybody being up so late. My name is Ellen Vellinati. I'm a Middletown resident as well. I have a recent high school graduate, 3 high schoolers at North, and 1 4th grader that is slated to start New Monmouth in September. My question is more on the in-person instruction, which I feel like is really, really crucial right now. I feel like you guys have a good handle on the health side of it. You really have the guidelines that you have to adhere to. But I think we can do better with in-person. My oldest children were in the township schools when we had half-day kindergarten. The morning kids were the kids that were able to be driven to school. And then the afternoon kids were the bus kids. It was 5 half days. They got to see friends, they got to build relationships, they were immersed in their curriculum, which is just not possible at home. My oldest came out of kindergarten half day knowing how to read. So I thought it was very, very effective. Coming from a 4th grader who was recently in Port Monmouth and being a class mom for the past 3 years, I know that the Port Monmouth school with last year's population, utilizing the all-purpose room in the library, could social distance last year's entire population following the 6-foot guidelines. And I'm pretty sure from the research I've done that River Plaza, who also has a nice amount of vacancy, could do the same. So my concern is we're all working really hard, and I really feel like everybody has the children's best interest at heart. Why are we ignoring the school vacancies that we have? We can utilize them. We can pull our gyms in the high schools. North has a bubble, it has a gym, it has a cafeteria. A lot of these schools can accommodate so much more in-person activity safely if we pull out the stops. So rather than maybe sinking all of our, or putting all of our eggs in the virtual basket, in the remote basket with hopes and dreams of going back to school, why don't we put most of our attention into getting the kids back in school, utilizing what we have? Port Monmouth is fully functional. It's 100% functional. It's in great condition. River Plaza is as well. These are old buildings that are very well maintained. North has plenty of space that was used for phys ed. Let's make phys ed virtual. Let's make things like that virtual and get these kids back in school. Learning calculus BC and physics C, it's impossible when you're not in front of your teacher asking these questions, getting the help you need. I'm just hoping that we can sort of redirect our attention and focus on what we have. We have Croydon Hall, we have facilities, we can house the children, we can get them back into in-person learning, and then, tackle that small budget issue we had this year, next year, when we're not in the middle of a crisis. That's all.
So I'll speak to the question about the elementary schools. One thing that I think we've been remiss in pointing out is that in every single one and we've mentioned these isolation rooms, and what we've been remiss in pointing out is that we have to find space to house and create these new required isolation rooms. In each of our elementary schools, I don't know of really many who have empty classrooms to designate for an isolation room. It's few and far between. So we are going to have to take over classroom space to create the isolation room or use the APRs or special subjects rooms. So we're already down classrooms from what we would have started at normally because of the requirement to have isolation rooms. So we will be utilizing the APRs and other media centers to relocate classrooms if we're not using those spaces for isolation rooms themselves. So that we are maximizing as much space as possible for that. But there are additional restrictions. And the other thing that we're tackling as we work through the facility logistics, because we've looked at all these things that you've brought up repeatedly, that our resource rooms, many of them are very small instructional spaces, very small. When you use the footprints and you don't even try to get 6 feet, if you try to shrink it down from a little bit more to a lesser amount of social distancing, but still some, at least to try to limit the amount of quarantining that we've discussed that could result, we have to move our resource centers into other classrooms and other spaces. So in some schools, they're looking at utilizing the APRs and the gyms to relocate resource rooms. We also have to relocate some of our self-contained special class programs so that we can maintain them 5 days a week and still have social distancing without creating cohorts within them, because we've prioritized those classes for 5 days a week instruction. So we need larger spaces to move those classes into, so those students can be in person every day without creating cohorts for them. So we are utilizing and maximizing every square inch possible in our buildings.
And with the small size of the Port Monmouth School, we could not change district-wide practice on an A/B schedule based on the additional space we would recover with the Port Monmouth School.
Correct.
But as we stated earlier, we are looking at other options that could assist the school community for that space.
Okay, next is Jeannie. Don't have a last name yet.
I don't think Jeannie's there, Chris. Might want to move on to the
I
next.
do not see her. Yes. Next is Ellen Boyle.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Ellen Boyle. I am at 39 Delaware Avenue. I asked this question the other day. It may have been touched earlier, but I missed the beginning of the meeting. The children that are attending trade schools, I know that you're still waiting for a plan from Monmouth County Vocational. Will that plan be out prior to making a decision for August 4th, whether or not a child will go virtual in their home school? And if they do virtual in their home school, will they still be able to attend in class at the trade school?
Good question, Ellen. You should definitely contact the Monmouth County Vocational School District, because we were notified late last week that they did finalize their plan. We've been advised that Middletown High School North and South will be attending in-person instruction on Mondays and Tuesdays. That's the latest update we received. Again, it was, I think, late on Friday from them. They are doing the cohort model as well, where students are attending 2 days a week in person. And then the other days virtual, same, and that's basically what we've also linked our schedule up to accommodate those students at the high school. The guidance counselors are working, now that we've learned that, what our students' designated days are, to come up with solutions to make their schedules in Middletown compatible with the vocational school district. But they are actively working on that. Again, we just got that information just a few short days ago, and they're working on creating schedules in Middletown that will allow students to participate in their VOC programs on Mondays and Tuesdays, as well as attend their classes, their Middletown classes. And if you attend virtual in Middletown, you can still participate in person in vocational, is my understanding.
Yes.
Hope that answers your questions.
Thanks,
Okay.
Kim.
It looks like Jeannie is back. We're going to try her again. Looks like she has an older version of Zoom. I'm going to try to bring her in anyway. Hold on one second for me. Hello, Jeannie? Hello, Jeannie, you with us? I see you, but I can't hear you. that's not working for us. Okay. Jeannie may just have to email comments to us. But for now, we're going to move on to Kelly Iannone.
Chris, I think Kelly is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, Kelly. Yes.
Sorry, Kelly Iannone, 237 Kingfisher Drive. I just have two questions. One for the nurses, in the case of like allergies, or in my daughter's case, her windpipe is not as rigid as it should be. So when she coughs, she sounds as if she's dying. If I provide a diagnosis at the beginning of the year, will that be taken into account so that she's not sent home every time she coughs? And then my second question is, if God forbid we do have to go back to full virtual after, I guess another, 14-day waiting period, will we go back to, at the very least, teachers being in the classroom and doing the live stream instruction rather than what we did March through June with, a lot of just videos and worksheets and not actual live instruction with teachers and the students? That's it for me.
I'll take the question about the virtual instruction. Yes, it is an expectation, as we've said, a couple times tonight, that there will be face-to-face webcasts, simulcasting of direct instruction, as well as other opportunities for students virtually to engage with their teachers and their peers throughout the day.
Eileen, can you address the question about allergies and getting a diagnosis for that from the doctor?
So, hi, Kathy, actually, I thought might jump in. I don't know if she's still on. So again, we have these guidelines, the Department of Education, they are on our website. You can take a look at them, and it specifically says one symptom. We're waiting for some further direction. So we're hoping things will change by the time school opens up. But if your child has a individual health care plan, a chronic illness, allergies, unfortunately, we are seeing runny noses and COVID. So we're consulting our health officer and coming up with guidelines. But before we enter school, we will have clear guidelines for you at that moment. Right now, it's one symptom, and we get clarification, and the health department is saying a negative COVID test and documentation of an alternate diagnosis. So that is what we have right now and what we're working with right now. If things change, we will change the protocol as we enter school, but we're hoping to have more clear information right before school opens up, and we'll push that information out to everybody.
Thanks, Eileen.
You're welcome.
Okay, next is Sue Griffin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Sue.
Oh, hi, how are you? First off, thank you for taking my call, and thank you for working on this plan. This was a monumental task, and I truly appreciate it, and I'm sure Middletown does too. I did want to make a comment to the board members on something that I heard earlier this evening that was a little disturbing to me. And I hope I misunderstood. There was a discussion that said that there was a co-meeting between student services and curriculum where 2 members were chosen to go to that meeting and 2 members were left out. If that's what happened, you could do that, but you shouldn't do that. 9 of you were elected to serve. You all bring something to the table, and all your voices are valuable. And right now in Middletown, we need it. Never before have we faced the issues that we're facing that affects so many children in such great ways, educationally, health-wise, psychosocially. They affect the teachers, they affect the facilities, they affect the finances of the district. We need all your voices to be heard. We need you all to work together. And I hope that you can do that and make that happen for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We work together very well. We'll handle this on our own together. Who's next?
Next is Ellen. I don't have a last name yet.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ellen. Would you mind providing your last name, please?
Yes, no problem. My name is Ellen Twigg, Twigg, and I live at 29 Terry Lane in
Thanks.
Middletown. Dr. George made references to making a sustainable plan, and there was someone who mentioned the CDC guidelines for contact tracing and quarantine. It was answered that you're following the DOE and that you're having to wait for guidance on that, as well as I heard Pam Rogers state somewhere that you're following CDC guidelines. The approach to me doesn't appear to merit one of sustainability. And what I mean in that is that sustainable plans don't come from inefficient communication or clashes in communication where it appears that there's conflicts in what you're actually following. And then also overly conservative approaches, which the DOE is taking. So my question here is, what are you doing to push the bounds with the DOE to reflect a sustainable and efficient plan with metered risk? And then also to ensure effective communications among your team and ensure that you know exactly what you're following and how you're communicating that. I would also like to have my question answered on what experts were enlisted to do this plan and in the subcommittees. And I would like to also divulge to you my qualifications, and I do not speak on behalf of my employer, but only for my own personal opinions. I am a business continuity planner and pandemic planner and have over 25 years of experience in health and safety. And I'm now in charge of health and safety for one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the country for all their manufacturing facilities. I would like to offer my services to you as a member of the community. Before I moved here, I lived in West Long Branch and served on a number of the community boards, and I'm heavily invested in my community. And I actually moved here this year. So if you're open to another person and an expert and a member of a community and a parent, I'd be more than happy to help you guys out in that capacity. Again, my personal approach, not anything on behalf of my company or anything that my company endorses. And then lastly, I'd like to comment on the team dynamic that the last person commented on. I, as somebody who served on a planning board for over a decade and ran the West Long Branch First Aid Squad for over a decade as well, found that interchange to be pretty disturbing. And I also wanted to make note that there are several things going on in social media right now, talking about the body language among the board and how they're finding it pretty offensive. I personally can't see all of you right now. I can see John Little and I can see Deborah Wright, and I don't see any of that going on, but I'm just letting you know what's going on in social media right now. And just remind everybody that, you know, you're elected officials, just as, you know, I served as a community person on the planning board in West Long Branch, and we just have to be careful. We're in a different environment now and everybody's being watched on video. So just to be cognizant of, you know, the body language and kind of what's going on. So I just wanted to give you that feedback. I do appreciate your efforts, and I'm here to, you know, help and support the BOE in whatever capacity I can if you're open to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. First of all, I want to say again, we have to follow the DOE. I know you mentioned that the DOE guidelines are pretty conservative. So we are, you know, of course, and our messaging has been very consistent with this. We are following the governor, the Department of Education, the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines, which are based on the CDC guidelines. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, next, last name is McSorley. Don't have a first name.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry to add another minute to this night. So thanks so much for
Real
your
quick,
time.
would you mind providing your name? I just have a last name for you.
Sure, Monique McSorley, and I'm in Knollwood Gardens in
Thanks,
Middletown. I actually waited as long as I could. I didn't hear it addressed. I just want to quickly direct my question about the transportation waivers. So whoever the committee is on that, I live in a complex in Knollwood Gardens. Our bus stop had about 35 plus kids last year. So I do know that the cohorts are going to resolve a lot of that. I don't know what the breakdown is going to be though of A to K and L to M. The buses really aren't all that big. So my question really is just speaking to the protocol about the drivers not being able to allow kids in if they see something concerning, if some consideration could be made to maybe reserve the right to take a forehead temperature. My son does that at camp this year and it's really quick. I don't know if that's something that can be considered, but a couple of parents in our complex, it's a scary topic. I'm really surprised no one mentioned it tonight. So I was just wondering if that might be a consideration. And also if there's a deadline to submit that, because based on how many kids are waiving the bus, some parents might opt to put their kids on the bus. I know I'm not utilizing it, so I don't know if anyone just wants to, clarify that at some point. Doesn't have to be tonight. Thanks.
Well, I served as part of the transportation committee. I'm not sure if I quite understood one of your questions about allowing students on the bus, but I'll just clarify. We are not using, the bus drivers are not going to be screening students. What we talked about as far as if a bus driver notices a child with symptoms, just happens to notice something, the committee talked about in that case, then they could relay the message that it would get to the school, and then the school personnel would screen the student as they, before they come into the school. But the bus drivers will not be screening students. The bus drivers will not be telling students they cannot get on the bus. We really can't be in a position where we have students at bus stops, that are going to be left there for some reason unattended. So that, was just not, it was not determined to be feasible. That is, and as far as getting the waivers, we'd mentioned that, would be helpful for us to plan. We can see, with various bus loads, and they do vary depending on the route, how many students are choosing not to use the transportation. So that would help us, at least know what the loads, could look like. And again, also allow the schools to prepare for pickups and drop-offs. So, we would be using that for planning purposes. Regarding the bus stops, we do have some language in the plan or in the appendix for transportation that deals with social distancing at bus stops and following the executive order for if social distancing is not possible at a bus stop, that face coverings would be required. Consistent with the executive order that says, that anyone outside who can't social distance is supposed to be wearing a face covering. So we did discuss these issues. We have addressed it in our plan. But again, we're not going to know exactly what the bus loads look like until we get responses from families on whether students are A, participating in live instruction, B, using the bus. So, we won't have specifics for each route until we get that information.
Okay, next is Pam. Don't have a last name yet.
Hi, are you there?
Hi, Pam. Would you mind providing your last name for us?
Sure. My last name is Pizzi, P-I-Z-Z-I, and I live on Village Lane in Middletown. I have an elementary school student and I have a lot of concerns myself. I'm going to echo a lot of what family members and friends and community people feel at this point. We kind of feel as if the virtual has taken a stance higher than the in-person at this point, and our needs are not being met as a community for our children. We feel strongly that our children should be in school as much as possible. A half-day program is not what we're looking for. We are looking for an all-day program for our kids to be in school as much as possible. Virtual is secondary for us. I personally, for virtual for my daughter, it did not work at all for her. I have to hire a tutor to catch us up because she has fallen so far behind. And socially is a problem for us as well. She needs social interaction. She needs her friends. She's almost like an only child at this point because she doesn't have that interaction. We're going to lose so much on our children at this point, and I don't feel that this plan that you guys have put together has addressed many of those issues. And that's it.
Well, I'd just like to add that, I think that we all feel that the in-place instruction for all of our students is what we all want. So we understand your concerns and your frustration. And we understand that it not only has impact on the academics, but also on the social and emotional as well. And we're working to try to support our students and meet their needs. And we understand that, this is not anybody's first choice.
Okay, I have the final hand up is Jeannie. Again, we were having some difficulty with her before, so we'll give her one more try.
Hello?
Hi, Jeannie.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Hello, Jeannie.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, I just can't hear myself. I have a lot of issues with the plan. I mean, I would love for my kids to go back 5 full days. I do not like the whole mask thing. I mean, starting back in March, it was a huge mental blow to all these kids with everything going on. They couldn't go near their friends, you couldn't go out, you can't go to the stores. Now they're being required to wear face masks in school, and with a 14-day quarantine if they have a sniffle. So do we just put like a big red sticker on these kids? When you have a sniffle, oh, you need to be quarantined now because we don't want you to get anybody else sick. So now you're mentally going to blow their minds because now these kids are going to think that, oh my God, I might have COVID. Now you're going to stick them in an isolated classroom. And what's that going to do to their mental health? So is the board ready to pay for a psychologist for these kids? And then the contact ID tracing, that's not a law. I refuse to have somebody calling my house, checking up on me. That's against the law. Mask training. Is anybody going to have a carbon monoxide detector to see if my child's breathing in over 2,000 parts per million carbon monoxide? Because that could be dangerous and a concern to a child's health. And as far as the Board of Education meetings, there's no reason you can't have them. You could have them on the football field at North. We could all socially distance. I mean, if Murphy can go to dinner every weekend with different people, sit elbow to elbow with no mask on, and that's not an issue, there's no reason we can't have a Board of Education meeting in person. I mean, he went to a protest and wore a mask. It was elbow to elbow with 2,000 people. You're not going to have 2,000 people showing up at a Board of Education meeting. The plan is flawed. I am beyond mad. My children have IEPs. They need to see teachers' faces. They need to see their lips, how things are pronounced. This does not work. I am beyond frustrated. Since March, my children's education is like going down the tubes. My son's supposed to go to middle school next year. That's a joke. This just blows my mind. I'm sure I'm not the only parent that's completely pissed off at this point. I mean, yeah, you're trying to make a plan, but you're going to mentally hurt these young children in elementary school if they cough, if they sneeze, and then you're going to quarantine them. You're going to rush them off somewhere. What about the kids when you send them to the nurse's office? What does the nurse do there? Is she supposed to say, oh, they must all have COVID because this one has a sniffle, that one has a cough, that one has a headache? This is ridiculous. You might as well just keep everyone virtual.
Speaker's time is up.
Okay,
So-
thank you, Jeannie.
Jeannie, I want to say we appreciate your frustration. We really do. And I'm not sure that there was a specific question in there. I know that Eileen Gavin spoke earlier about the updating of the symptoms and right now the one symptom guidelines. And I know you were speaking to that and we respect your opinion and thank you for your opinion.
Okay, that concludes our public comment. Am I right, Chris?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to old business, if there's anyone who has any old business. Okay, with no old business, I'd like to just move on to new business. There's just one thing I thought of that I wanted to tell you guys, and that's that those pandemic response teams, if the board members would like, you're welcome to join the pandemic response team in the schools that you've adopted. So your adopted schools. And if you don't remember what those are, you can look on the Middletown K12.org website. It's on there.
Pam, somebody said that they'll be meeting soon. But what about, does anyone know when they'll be meeting during the school year? Is it during the day? Because if it is, does anybody know?
I don't know. Dr. George, can you speak to that?
I think they're in the process of being formulated right now, and that would go through the principal. I don't know, Mrs. Walker, if we have anything else on that just yet. I don't believe we do because they're just forming the teams. They would be set up by the building principals on the building level.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
right,
let's
thank
all
you.
reach out to reach out to the principal of your adopted school.
Okay. Good idea. Thanks.
We'll let them know that, those requests may be coming. Okay. And we kind of look forward to that. That'll be great.
Okay, great. Anything else? All right, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting, please.
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.